Right, would you mind checking on the stream? It should be up in a few seconds, just to check that the video and audio is working. Just waiting for it to start. 5 seconds. Oh good lord, people here already. Is it working alright? Can you see things / hear things? Can you hear it alright? Cool. Right. Hello! Wow, people are here bloody early. Test is indeed complete, thank you very much. Good, glad to hear it, glad to hear it. Sweet. Cool. That is fine then. Seeing as I've got a little bit of time and still have a supply of Copperberg cider left over from New Year's, and God knows I'm going to need it at this rate, I thought I'd and probably I'm only going to get about 4 hours sleep tonight. But anyway, probably gonna. I was thinking of streaming again for a little while. You know, we've got work tomorrow. Well, I've got work tomorrow anyway. Watch your profanity. I assume you mean profanity. I don't usually swear much, so I doubt that will be too much of a problem. But we shall see. The aim is, I'm looking to probably play a bunch of mainly light tanks and artillery because, yay, T-55 missions, my heart is complete. But of course, if anyone wants anything in particular played, by all means say, and I will try and play either that, or if I don't have that, or can't play that, something close. Start with the 1390. You know, I was actually going to play an awful lot of the 1390. So, yeah, you read my mind. We shall see how this goes. Probably terribly. And the thing is, because I've been going to bed late, because I work as a teacher, so we get the school school Christmas holidays. Because I've been going to bed late and getting up late, it's going to come as a bit of a shock in the morning when my 5 o'clock alarm goes off. But there we go, never mind. I don't have the 1375 anymore, I'm afraid. I ground through that a little while back. Didn't keep it. It's not a terrible tank, although having since played some of the American Tier 7 light autoloaders, specifically the T-71, I haven't played the M41 Walker Bulldog yet. It does really make the 1375 feel a little bit obsolete, but there we go. See if I can do me some spudding. So, 1390 Tier 8 French. Oh god, that's an E75. No! No! I can't get into my spotting-y position now because you're in the way. Seriously, mate, this bridge is wide enough for 2 people if you will just drive down one side of it. That is genuinely quite irritating because now I'm unlikely to be able to do the spotting I wanted to do. Anyway, 1375 French Tier 8 light tank. It's basically the same as the 1390 is the Tier 8. It's basically the same as the 1375, except the 1375 gets a kind of rubbish 75mm gun, and the 1390 gets a kind of rubbish 90mm gun, and that's the T-71. 240 Alpha, 170 Pen, which is perfectly fine for a Tier 8 light tank. 6 shells in the magazine, so you can actually do quite a lot of clip damage. The reason I don't like this gun, though, is that the aiming stats are terrible. They're absolutely horrific. So there's that. Come on, Artie. Do your shtick. It is a sneaky little thing, though. It does get good camo ratings. There we go. There's some assistance damage on the enemy artillery. See, if I'd been here, say, 10 seconds earlier, which I would have been had that E50 not been in the way on the bridge, I could have spotted all those fellas getting into position as well. But, you know, I've been spotted now. Boo! Ah, well. this position is probably soon going to outrun its usefulness, if I'm honest. But 886 assistance damage so far. That's not too bad. This bush is really nice if you're attacking on the assault map, or if you're playing the regular, or is it encounter? I can't remember which. One of the other game modes. Yeah, I'm going to get out of here now. It's really nice. You can get some early spots on people from that position. And if you try and highlight that position early on, and if your artillery are on the ball, then you can actually get quite a nice amount of assistance damage and quite a nice amount of damage done to the enemy team. You just have to be very aware of when you've outstayed your welcome, and I think I've outstayed my welcome there. And there's a T-71 again, especially judging by how many enemy tanks there are on that flank and the health of our friendlies over there. And speaking of that T-71, it's a damn good machine. Not so good when the driver drowns it though, eh? What are you going to do, I guess. So... oh, we have now successfully pushed this flank. The enemy team really didn't send anything over here, which is slightly irritating. Because usually, on the assault match, any tanks from the defending team that go down to the 1-2 lines, go down to the left-hand side of the river, die. And it's basically free damage and kills. Well, not quite free, but relatively easy damage and kills for the attacking team. So it's kind of a shame that the enemy team are savvy to that and weren't going to play ball. So we only got 2 kills out of that whole side of the map. In fact, that's a lie. T-71 drowned himself. We got really little out of that side of the map. That's a massive shame. Damn it. Now this is a really awkward position, because ideally I would want to be catching these guys from behind. But I can't, because we lost the other flank. This is now a really awkward position. Damn it. Can't really spot anyone, because the T-57 is in my bush. Not my bush, but in the bush that I would use, put it that way. Not like he's not allowed to spot. It's an absurd statement. What am I going to do then? We've got 5 minutes 41 of this game left. I haven't done a single point of actual damage, but there we go. Are we going to get a rectal object 140? And aim, and the target's gone by the time you've aimed. That's the 90mm gun on this tank for you. It's really frustrating. Oh, and of course, being a French autoloader, you don't get much in the way of gun depression or gun elevation, which can be very, very frustrating. When fully aimed, you have .36 accuracy, which is not bad, but not good, not great. And yeah, shell velocity is not great. It's a really derpy gun. Which makes it quite, I find, quite difficult to rack up that damage. And when you play some of the American autoloaders, like T-71 for example, that thing is very much not derpy, and you're kind of left wondering, well, why the hell would I want to play the French things when I can play the American ones and not suck. So the enemy team has decided not to push their advantage on the 9 and 0 lines, which is, generally speaking, actually fairly sensible. Because the bridge at B6 really is a choke point that they can control if they do it properly. Oh, their bulldog is across the river killing our friends, but our scorpion kills their bulldog, so eh. So I'm going to go back across to the other side of the river. We're running out of time here, but I have no armour. I don't have a gun that can hurt these guys frontally. You know, I can't push the tempo of this match. It's a light tank. With a few exceptions, you can't really push the tempo. You're reliant on your team. So back over here, let's see what we can do. I doubt the Object 140 is over here anymore, otherwise I imagine our Grilla would be having problems. T-54. Ideally, I'd like to catch this T-54 in the side or rear and unload into him. That would be nice. But the T-54... oh, no. The T-54 is agile enough that that's going to be very difficult, if not impossible, to achieve. Well, not impossible, nothing's impossible. Very tricky to achieve. No. This is a really bad situation. There we go, there's the T-54 shot. T-54 is a nightmare for light tanks. It really is. And then when you do hit, of course, your shell bounces. Because this gun is so good, right? This gun is really trashy in my opinion. I had more fun playing the 1375 than I did the 1390. I really don't like the 1390. At least the 1375's gun wasn't so damn derpy. Generally speaking, it would hit what you pointed it at. The only real problem with it was the low penetration, but if you had people's sides or rears, actually that wasn't a huge problem. Now we've got 2 minutes of this match left. This is probably, unfortunately, going to be a loss, a boring, boring loss to go with all the others I've had today. And again, unfortunately, there's nothing I can really do. I cannot push the tempo of these games. Yeah, it's just one of those things. Unfortunately, light tanks are obsolete in random battles of World of Tanks, which is a bit of a shame, but there we go. Trying to get an opportunity, but it's not forthcoming. Okay, I can kill this Batchat with my 3 remaining shells. He can probably kill me with whatever's in his magazine. You can probably do it faster. But let's hope that he's going to be distracted by our artillery and give it a go. Damn, the T-54 is still shooting me. Now, of course, there's no guarantee that I will kill this guy. Bugger. So tired of being rammed to death today in light tanks. There we go. He just took me out. Eminently sensible. Well done to him. There just wasn't anything I could do that match. But like I said, that is unfortunately the reality of playing light tanks in this game at the moment. A lot of the time there isn't really anything you can do. Anyway. I know this might be pushing it, but why not play any French artillery? I did play some French artillery earlier on in the day actually, but I'll happily jump into one again. Do I have the Batchat 25 TAP or AMX 30? Afraid not. I just played the 1390, which is the closest I've got to the Batchat 25T. AMX 30, I can play a tier 9 with the 105. I'll play the Type 61 instead of the AMX. Hello, camperers. Do you think I can play the KV2 with the 152mm gun? Certainly. Do I watch Cody Menz? He does what stream? Yeah, I like Cody. Cody's good. He's a nice guy, and he's pleasant to listen to. Evening, Laser Glider? Awesome. And Time Bomber, hello. Lights aren't obsolete scouts. WZ-131 can double up as a medium tank because of its gun. It's not arty. Hi, Sly. There are light tanks that can do well, don't get me wrong, and you can do well in light tanks. Again, I don't want to be misunderstood here. Here's some French artillery. And I'm not saying that there aren't light tanks that can definitely do a lot of damage, etc. I mean, at some point I get to put up a game in my WZ-132 where I do a lot of damage. But as a class, they are currently obsolete. Every time Wargaming bring out another map at the moment, they bring out another map that is predominantly city-based and very difficult for light tanks to do very well on. Pilsen, Paris, Stalingrad, etc. It's from... Because there's such a delay in when the maps come out compared to when they're designed, of course it takes time to make the maps. The maps that we've got coming out kind of date back from a time when Wargaming were trying to continually nerf tank destroyers. Hopefully we're getting to the end of that now, but that's life. But as a class, light tanks are kind of obsolete. The reality is, 1390 for example, there is very little that you can't do, that you can do in a 1390 that you can't do in a Batchat 25 TAP. And I use that exact comparison because the Batchat Tier 9 French medium tank also packs an autoloader. In fact, it packs a more powerful autoloader. And it's very fast. Not quite as stealthy, but still fairly sneaky. And they get the same matchmaking. And it's a relatively small machine. And while I was talking, I really should have been pre-aiming up here. So, yeah. Probably horribly misjudged that shot. Oh, I didn't go where I aimed it anyway, so it doesn't matter. Hopefully when they bring out the tier 10 lights and they rebalance things, then things will get a bit better, but we'll see. So this is the tier 9 French artillery piece, the Batchat 155-55. This is the one that doesn't get an autoloader. Okay, he's dead. So this is just a single shotgun. Mine isn't fully upgraded. I'm missing the top gun, so this is the gun from the tier 8. The 155mm gun from the Lorraine. But the only thing that changes once you get the top gun is the aiming time and reload time, I think. Ah, slightly misjudged the timing on that shot. That's a shame. So it's not as if the top gun... And they're not huge improvements in aiming time and whatnot. They're fairly incremental changes, but, you know, better is better. And artillery, unfortunately, is another class that at the moment in the game is kind of obsolete, but there we go. Hey, damage! Just moving between shots because, I mean, this is kind of... This used to be more important before they nerfed artillery in patch 8.6 or whenever it was, but I don't want to get counter-batteried fired by the enemy M53. So I'm moving between shots. Generally speaking, it's a good idea. The one exception would be if you're pretty confident that you're going to be spotted. If you move too much, that's when I'd say it's perhaps not such a good idea. Oh, that one hit. You can tell it hit because you don't see an explosion. So if the enemy tank is hidden, you don't see the tank and you don't see anything that would happen because of the tank, basically. Or anything that would happen on the tank, if that makes sense. So you don't see any explosion from a shell hitting the tank, for example. So if you see a shell go in, and you could see the tracer of that shell, but you don't see an explosion, you've hit a hidden tank. Nah, that was a bit of a long shot, but I thought I'd give it a punt anyway. It looks like we're going to win this one. Played several games in the Batchat today and not won any of them, so it'll be nice to have a win. It's not exactly going to be a fantastic win from my perspective, but a win's a win, to be honest. So I'm not going to worry too much about it. There's another one, but blind shot that hit. Again, no explosion, thus it hit. An unspotted tank, most likely that Jagdpanzer E100. Now my mission involves me killing some tank destroyers and artillery. So with that in mind, can I pick up this Scorpion? Probably not. Ah, hit the building. Nah. Worth a go. Nah, that artillery's gonna die before I can aim at him. Can I? It's very unlikely to do the nasty, but it'd be funny if it worked. It's on the reverse slope of a hill. It was very, very unlikely to hit. and that artillery is still somehow alive. Huh. Maybe it would have been worth my time aiming at him. Okay. Oh, AMX is going to wreck him. Oh, poopy. 2 left. And it's always worth just letting your team know who you're targeting and if you're reloading and whatnot. Because if they've got any sense, then they'll look at it and go, alright, okay, he's targeting that person, so I'm not going to get into a close range fight with them. You know, little things like that. Every little helps. Of course, no guarantee your team will actually do anything with that information, but it's nice when they occasionally do. Oh, did we really cap that out? Oh well. Not even enough third class mastery. 3 hits. 412 to the FV, 528 to the T54, and 329 to the Jaegeru. 1300 damage. That's the thing, it's a pretty typical game in a tier 9 in the bat chat. Nothing, and that's not a lot of damage for a thing, word, can't remember. Not arty. Well, someone requested French artillery. Do I have any low, medium tier US tank destroyers? Yep. I'll play the T67, sorry, in a sec. Yeah, light tanks are getting a bit rejigged, so they're introducing light tanks up to tier 10. So the current tier 8 light tanks, I believe, are basically being bumped up to tier 9. I don't know exactly what's happening with the rest of the rejigging. And then they're introducing new tier 10s. Is Chipmunk just trolling us? Hey, I was asked to play artillery, so I did. I'm a nostalgic player who wants the old meta where TDs, lights and RT ruled the battlefield. No. Artillery used to be too powerful and they were nerfed, and they needed to be nerfed. The problem is, and the game was a bit too campy in many ways, I think. The problem is Wargaming have drawn the knife too far, and it's gone too far the other way. And now there is very little incentive to play something other than mediums or heavies, with some notable exceptions. So I do want there to be more than just corridor brawls, yeah. Was it 8.3 before the Bush nerf, before Mali Midridge? Yeah, it's... I mean, that's going back to... so I think I first played this game in patch... I think it was 8.0. I started playing... I'd played about a week or two before the Chinese tech tree was introduced. So I just played the French tier 9 artillery piece. I've played the 1390. I said I'd play the Type 61 because I don't own an AMX 30. And they were kind of tanks I could think that were not too dissimilar, I imagine, in playstyle. And like the AMX 30B, the French tier 10, the Type 61, this is the Japanese tier 9 medium tank, has a dirty grey hat on top of the tank that gets quite annoying. Yay! Himmelsdorf, just what I want in my paper gun depression based medium tanks. Well, that's the thing, this is far from an ideal map for the Type 61. But with... and my Type 61 is not fully upgraded, by the way. I recently got the top gun, but I don't have the top engine. But you've still got 390 alpha, you've still got almost 270 pen, you've still got pretty good soft stats on your gun, aiming stats. You know, you've got gun depression to cover up most of your tank where possible. You can be opportunistic. And since they made the accuracy changes, not the last batch, the batch before that, I think it was, snapshotting has become easier than it used to be. So I'm not saying World of Tanks has become a twitch shooter, it hasn't, but it moved a bit more in that direction than it was previously. Previously there was a little bit more mileage in aiming. Now, I'm not referring to the last batch of accuracy changes, as I say. I'm pretty sure, if memory serves, there was a batch of accuracy changes before that, and they're the ones I'm referring to. Object 263, I do not want to get shot by that guy, and also there's not really any point in me shooting him frontally. Scorpion G has decided he's got better things to do with his life. No artillery in this match, which is unusual. M103, T34. That was worth a punt. Didn't quite work, but it was worth a go. Oh god. Put one into that Scorpion. So this is basically the same 105mm gun that a lot of the tier 9 medium tanks get, like the NATO meds, if you will. It's a license-built version of the British Royal Ordnance L7A1 105mm gun. So very similar. It's got its own kind of quirks, but similar basic gun. 390 Alpha, approximately 270 pen, slightly under, and then things like the rate of fire. Fires APCR as standard ammo, and then things like the rate of fire and whatnot will vary depending on exactly what tech tree you're referring to and what the nation is. Hey, there's 2 quick kills. Whoa, alright, they're pushing round. Don't get me wrong, by the way, when I was talking about light tanks, I love my light tanks. I find them a lot of fun. I still play them. But I do also think they're kind of a little bit obsolete. Most of them. There are some exceptions. The one that I was able to do consistently well in, and I've kept it, is the T-71. But things like the French light tanks, by comparison, just seem so sad. Right. I was just seeing, because there was a Tiger over there. Can I, the Panther? Unfortunately, this gun is not the most accurate of the L7 implementations. I think it's .36 dispersion at 100 meters when fully aimed, which is not... Oh, sorry, mate. It's not bad. It's going to be a pretty underwhelming game, isn't it? But, I mean, it's not horrendous, but it's not great. Yeah, and it gets a little bit slightly less penetration than some of the others. So you get 258 pen with this, rather than the 268 that the British version of the gun gets. Oh, I thought that might have been able to penetrate the roof of his turret. But no, T110E5 armor is too good for that schniz. Oh, and I didn't reload in time. That's a shame. It's going to be a really underwhelming game, unfortunately, in the Type 61, but hopefully you get the idea. The biggest problem, the 2 biggest problems with the Type, to be honest, and one of these I've already mentioned, and it shares with the French Tier 10 AMX-30B. One is the hat on top of the turret, which is just junk. It means that the enemy can shoot you long before you can shoot them if you're trying to use your gun depression. Your gun depression is good. And 2, it gets a really limited ammo capacity. I mean, you can see I'm down to 15 rounds of APCR, which is its standard ammunition. 5 rounds of heat and 2 rounds of high explosive. There we go, let's pick up that kill. I've at least done more damage than I have health, which means that the game hasn't been a complete and utter disaster. Even if it also hasn't been particularly impressive. Let's go and do something about this T110E5. And I picked up 3 kills into the bargain. So, and a little bit of assistance. You know, it's not great by any stretch of the imagination. But it'll do. Oh really, is that T110E5 now going to give his bum to the AMX? God damn it. If only I was in that position. Ah well. Whee! Oh, you had to block my shot, didn't you? God damn it. Ah well. Bit more damage. Pulled the damage over 2,000, so it's not completely terrible. My average in most tier 9 mediums that I've played recently and played a lot in. No, it's not. It's my tier 10s. I don't know. Oh, it was second class in the end. I didn't see that coming. I guess I was shooting tier 10s? Oh, I shot a lot of tier 8s. Oh, well, I'm not going to complain. 2.2k damage, 551 assistance. I has 3 kills, doesn't hurt. There we go, that was the Type 61. Played because I don't own the AMX 30. I can play the KV2 with the 152mm howitzer. There's no chance I'm going to get either the Batchat or the AMX 30 today. I'm about 100k XP into the AMX 1390. Afraid. When El Haluf was a valley, yes, I remember when El Haluf Rally was a valley. Alright guys, I'm got to go, grinding the Soviet line on What Blitz. Have fun, enjoy. Heavy line for the IS-7. Well, enjoy it. Enjoy it indeed. Right, KV2 was next on the agenda, I believe. Whenever I do one of these, the KV2 gets asked for. So, I should really just put it on my primary selection. But meh, we'll get to it eventually. Where are you, you little blighter? Make my life a little bit easier. There we go. KV2. And yes, if you ever want the KV2, you don't have to specify the 152mm howitzer, because I would refuse to play it with any other gun. So, yeah. KV2 is the best. I do like my KV2. Let's be honest. Not the best map for it, but meh. I have been reliably informed, or whatever, that if you want to get 3 marks of excellence on this thing, strategic use of its various different types of AP ammo is a must. However, I don't play the KV2 for those reasons. I play it to have fun, and the thought of firing 152mm armor-piercing ammo at something only for it to miss or bounce and then have to sit through the 20-odd second reload just fills me full of not fun thoughts. So I just dirt people in the face. Right, where am I going to go? I've no idea. I have 0 view range. And my gun depression isn't very good. Let's go over here and see what happens. I'm not going to climb that bloody ridge thing. Take ages. KV2. What we got? An IS-2 over there. I mean, this is a tier 7 match, of course, but even tier 10s need to be scared of the KV2's gun, so... An old clanmate of mine, if you've watched any of my videos, you might be familiar with the name Craig Von Red, or has changed his name to Guzzlers. He took a KV2 into a tier 10 match and aced it there. He got to shoot the old tier 10 waffle thrower, 152mm HE shell into the side, took off half the guy's health. He was not very happy, but you know, that thing has no armor, so still have it. I mean, it's the thing, it's technically it was a fail platoon, but the KV2 doesn't really do fail platoons, it just does platoons. Face-wreckingly painful platoons. There we go, I just derped an IS-2 straight in the turret for 325 damage. Did I aim? Nope. Did I penetrate? Nope. Do I care? Nope. Is the KV2 a little bit too good? Yeah, it probably is, but... Wargaming haven't changed it in ages, it's still in the game as it is, it's a lot of fun, I keep it, I don't care. Oh, IS-2, 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 IS-2. No, you've decided better of it, and I can't really blame you for that. Ooh. Ooh. Hello, Mr. Jackson. How are you today? I was hoping for a penetration, but never mind. I'll settle for like almost 500 damage and I'm blowing his tracks off. And someone else kills him and I get assistance damage for it. KV2 is hard to play, yo. VK! VK! Oh, you're a brave boy, aren't you? You are a very brave boy. Oh dear, I probably shouldn't laugh, but it is funny. Oh god. Right. Who else wants some of this? M6? Are you a big boy? You think you're a big boy? Oh dear. Would you believe that was a penetration, but would you believe it if I told you that was a low damage roll? What is the average damage from penetrating shells? 910 at tier 6. Balanced. Oh god, I love this tank. It needs to be nerfed so badly, but I just don't care. If it's any consolation, the OI is even more ridiculous because it actually gets armour. The armour on the KV2 is pretty terrible. Although, having said that, I've somehow bounced 840 damage so far. Don't ask me how. Churchill gun carrier, I can definitely put him out of his misery. KV2 engine is strong. Oh, someone else is going to kill him if I'm not quick. Bye! Oh, there's a Dicamax. Oh, never mind, Dicamax is down. Dicamax is down! IS, T29 and VK remaining. Ah, I love this tank so very much. If you ever just don't want to care about the result in this game and you just want to have a laugh, KV2, accept no substitutes. It really is just hilarious. Right. Who else wants to feel the wrath of the M10 howitzer? Come on then, if you think you're hard enough. I'll take you all on. The secret, of course, to killing a KV2 is realising that once he's fired, he has a 20-second reload. 20.25 seconds for me. That's with a rammer, vents, 100% crew. Don't have brothers in arms yet. And I'm not using a premium food consumable. So you could get it below 20 seconds, but 20 odd seconds, give or take. The thing is, mid-tiers, so many people just go, oh my god, I got blatted in the face, half my crew's dead, my engine doesn't work anymore, and oh good lord, let's run away. No, you don't want to run away, you want to advance into his face and make him lose 600 health before he can pull the trigger again. That's how you kill a KV2. IS is over there, didn't really have a good shot. Let's move into a position from which I can have a better shot. I can even take a shell from this guy if necessary. Don't block my shot, you cretin. I was in my something or other. T25 AT. I'm not going to get another shot in, am I? Maybe I am. Bye! I was in my T25 AT the other day, and oh, I accidentally did team damage when I took that shot because the KV2's HE shells go bang. Never mind. And a friendly KV2 just came up behind me, said hello, and derped me in the bum. It was kind of sad. There we go, first class mastery. 2,716 damage, 3 kills, 1,194 base experience in a tier 7 match. 6 shots fired, 6 hits, 6 pens. Bear in mind, penetrations that are like doing a shitload of damage, pardon my French, shedload of damage to sort of tracks and modules also count as penetrations, even if you haven't actually penetrated the enemy tank. Little bit of damage for causing, fine for causing damage to allies, because I put a tiny damage into the Jagdpanther right at the end. Oh dear, right. Oh, you're back. You forgot your KV-1S needs repairs, you don't have the credits. Fair enough. The KV-2 is the most fun tank in the game. The KV-2 is awesome. Absolutely fantastic. Evening puffs. Instead of nerf, it's KV-2 or nothing, yeah. KV-2 is the nemesis of the KV-2. I have one-shot an enemy KV-2 by putting a HE shell through its turret before. KV-2 is also a friend of KV-2. Yes, everyone's mind is blown. I love this tank. Seriously, if you just want to have fun, KV-2 is your ticket to fundom. I'm also almost at 2 marks of excellence. Not because I play this tank a lot or because I play this tank seriously. I just derp around having fun. And apparently that turns into damage, and that turns into marks of excellence and a 61% win rate. Mostly playing solo. Booyah. God, I love that tank. Anyway, what was the next one that someone had requested? Someone asked for the KV-2. Was there another one somebody had asked for? Ba-dum-bum-bum. I played the Type 61 because I don't have an AMX-30, and I played the 1390, which is similar to the 25T. Played the KV-2. Oh yeah, low/mid-tier American tank destroyers. Well, I literally just finished my grind on the T25AT. I'm not playing that because I've since removed the gun rammer from it and whatnot, but so I have been playing some mid-tier American tank destroyers recently. Let's play the one everyone seems to like then. I'll play the T67. I'm not actually a huge fan of this thing, but it's popular. I'm only keeping mine until I've aced it, and then I'm getting rid of it, but be nice to try and get an ace in it then. Damn, first can of cider down. Let's open the next one. Bisto. Not Bisto, that's gravy. I'm not sitting here drinking gravy. I have a friend who would, but it ain't me. Copperberg with mixed fruits, by the way, if anyone's curious. Picked up a 12-pack from the supermarket for New Year's a couple of days back. I'm an Alabama nigger and I want a brie free. That would probably have worked better if it spelt it correctly, but you know. Also, Alabama's a state, so it should come with a capital A. Beginning of the sentence, so that I in I'm should be capitalised. Should be capitalised anyway, even if it's not the beginning of the sentence, but you get the point. And Alabama hasn't had slavery for a very long time, so that comment was just factually incorrect in pretty much every way. Don't have 6 cents on my T67 because this is a relatively newbie crew. It's the crew I've had since I've been rebuying the American TDs to ace them, and it is a crew that will eventually go into the... That one bounced. I want my money back on that shell. That's better. The American high-tier autoloaders. So I'll go into the T69 eventually and then work its way up that line. So the crew that I have in this tank is not optimized for a tank destroyer setup. If you're interested in mid-tier tank destroyers, I have reviews of this machine and of the Wolverine and the T40 and the M8A1, I think, all on my channel somewhere. T20 and the T25/2. T25AT is coming soon. Bear in mind, with the Wolverine and T40 reviews, they are slightly outdated now. They modified the tanks in question a little bit, so just bear that in mind. So this is the T67 Tier 5 American turreted tank destroyer. It's a bit confusing because both of the American Tier 5 TDs have a turret, but this is the one that's on the turreted line. Put it that way. It's a very, 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 very good machine. Very sneaky, fast, good gun. The only problems with the gun are that it's not very accurate and your ammunition supply is kind of limited. But this is a very good machine. Arguably too good. Has that guy disconnected or something? No? No, he hasn't. Alright. Scoreline is 2-5. Oh, yippee-ki-yay. Alright, let's try and even that up a little bit. Just keep the gun singing and do the best you can. That's all you can ever do. Keep firing until the problem does or doesn't go away. If it does go away, you're done. If it doesn't go away, well, you gave it a go. Where the hell is that fella? Hands on 1C over there. Oh. He's been caught out on the tracks. Well, I'll feast on his health a little bit while I can. I don't really have a reason why not. Our team's pulled it back so that they're actually winning. Scoreline is 11-7. So like I said, just keep pulling the trigger, just keep killing people and hope it's enough. In that particular case, we were losing, but a lot of the enemy team were either on low health or, like that TD I just killed, had gotten themselves in a terrible position, i.e. they'd accidentally flipped their tank over. So as it turned out, it wasn't as bad as it looked. You never really know exactly how bad it is, but all you can do... Well, no. You can do one of two things. You can, one, have a temper tantrum and bemoan how unfair life is, but that doesn't help you, and just makes you look like a bit of a brat. Or you can, two, just keep pulling the trigger and hope that it's enough. I do not want to get shot by that BDI if I can possibly avoid it. And I can. So there we go, there's some assistance damage into the bargain, and that just leaves this poor little locust. See if I can get across these without immobilising myself. And the artillery, don't forget the birch gun. Don't tell me this is someone else who's got themselves into a daft position. Birch gun spotted. Birch gun has been spotted. Birch gun down. Yep, someone else has managed to flip themselves over. Well done. There we go. And we win. Success. So that's the T-67. Very, very good machine. That was it top tier, of course. Bear in mind it has absolutely no armour. And it's 370, I think it is, health. Doesn't go far when people start shooting you, especially when you're not top tier. Like, it's got 360 hit points. Things like mid-tier derp gun arm machines, like, say, a Sherman with a 105, that will kill it in one shot. Or Soviet and Chinese 122mm guns, which turn up from tier 6 and onwards. They'll kill it in one shot. So bear in mind its limitations, but it is a very, very good machine. Chip, play some arty. Puffs, you're a dick. But I did. I will play another artillery piece just for you, though. I don't swear that much. Dick isn't that bad. US Tank Destroyer, just played one. You're really lucky in your KV2 if you meet a TOG on the enemy team. You're right, you are. I have a video, it's going back a little bit now, but I do have a video on my channel where my KV2 comes across 2 enemy TOGs and penetrates them both. It's hilarious. KV2 is good against TOG, but TOG is good against KV2. I would disagree. I would say TOG is not good against KV2, personally. Well, any more than TOG is good against everything. Chip, you alcoholic. Hey, I'm not an alcoholic. I meet TOG on battlefield, my KV2 pops one in the gun mantlet, TOG dies. Yeah, pretty much. Wolverine. Wolverine's a damn good machine. Do I have an ISU? I don't, but I will play the 704 instead, which is the tier 9. I used to love my Wolverine, but less fun of late. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's the M8A1 at tier 4. It's very much a similar kind of shtick. Someone watched the ad all the way. Well done to you. You have more stamina than many. Yeah, the M8A1 is a similar kind of deal. Not right now, thank you. What was I playing? Oh yeah, I said I'd play another artillery piece. Oh, let's go for the M44. Tier for tier, I would say the M8A1 isn't quite as good as the T67. And ditto for the Hellcat. The Hellcat's another good machine, but I'd say tier for tier, the Tier 5, the T67 is actually better. Personally, I prefer the Jackson to the Hellcat Tier 6 anyway. So, Puffs, thank you very much. You asked me to play another artillery piece. I oblige, or you asked me to play an artillery piece. I said I would play another one just for you. And the matchmaker decides that I need to be given Himmelsdorf as a result. So, yes, I think that's the game's way of telling me not to step into the artillery class, but there we go. I'm going to try and see what I can do in this scummy machine. And when I say scummy, don't think I'm necessarily just picking on artillery. I just don't like this tank. It's better than the M41 at Tier 5, or I prefer it to the M41, but I'm still not a fan. It did recently complete an RT mission for me, so... What have I got to do? Destroy a total of 2 enemy tanks and SPGs and win the battle. Well, that's never going to happen. Winning games lately, I know you just saw the T67 win, but as a general rule of thumb, winning games lately has been, let's say, taxing, especially in artillery. Right, let's see if anyone's going to go down here. It looks like someone's going to go and scout for us, so... Go T50, I believe in you. I was about to go, wait, T50 gets Tier 6 games? Of course it does. Duh. Oh. Oh, I rubbed my hands together. I probably should have been pre-aiming here, but never mind. Whee! Worth a punt. Oh yeah, aiming is for chumps. Who needs to aim, eh? Who needs to aim? There's one of the tank destroyers that I need to kill dealt with. Booyah. Right, who's next? Hello, Mr. Hellcat. How are you today? You doing well, are you? Glad to hear it, me old mucker. You're probably still there, aren't you? Probably. In for a penny, in for a pound. Ah, I missed. Never mind. Worth a punt. I wonder if I can... I can! Ooh, jolly spiffing. Ah, damn eyelid twitching. Sorry for the terrible accents, by the way. I could nail this Panzer Souffle, and that would be the second tank destroyer that I need to artillery to death. Oh, the dream is real, the dream is real, the dream is real, the dream is real, the dream is real. He moved, and the shot didn't go where I aimed it anyway, and it's 3-6. It doesn't look like we're going to win. Never mind. Right, who else can I clobber? Is that Hellcat still sitting on that corner? He is. And there's a Dicamax there too. The Dicamax looks like a slightly easier shot. By the... Oh no! You're not supposed to back off. Oh. Nah. Rubble anyway. Oh, that's so sad. Almost. Almost. Right, let me guess. I'm not going to be able to shoot up onto the hill because no one's spotting them anymore. I'll put one more shell down there, then I'm going to move forward and reposition. Move forward and reposition. Obviously, by moving forward, I would have reposition, but you get the point. Right, let's put one more shot down there. Try and get a shot on this VK. Oh, he's right. Oh. Guess I got spotted and got Dicamaxed. Oh well. What can I say? Artillery on Himmelsdorf. It's not exactly the easiest experience in the world, but there we go. Yes, the stream is happening, Boulders. It's... Someone let me know if it's not working at all. I think it's working. It should be working. You're welcome. Yeah, thanks, Puffs. Try... It's on now. Try... Reloading. Guess it is. You just had to let it go. How far have you gotten with the new Swedish tanks? I haven't yet. I'm at the tier 2s, basically. You see it offline? I have absolutely no idea. You see it now. Okay. See you, foreplay. Glad you see it now, Chip. Chip? Why did I call you Chip, Baldrick? Oh, good lord. It's just brain has gone kaplonky, I'm afraid. And I'm not convinced that it's the cider. Let's try and process some of these things. And attempt to get to rank 10. Never gonna happen, but you know. Remain optimistic. Because every time I try and upgrade these things to rank 5, I end up getting duplicates of stuff I've already got, and it's not very helpful. Never mind. Right. Had anyone requested anything else, or am I free to play what I want? The M7. Unfortunately, I don't currently own the M7. Sorry about that. When I played it, I wasn't a massive fan, but that was an awfully long time ago. So I can't really comment. Oh yeah, I was going to play the Object 704. Afraid I don't have the M7. Yeah, apologies about that. Someone asked for the IS. Someone always asks for the ISU 152. And so I go through this explanation every single time. I played the ISU. I spent a long time playing it because it's a lot of experience to grind out the Object 704. I despise the machine. I don't own it anymore. I will have to rebuy it at some point in order to get the Ace Tanker in it, which is sad. I am currently on the Object 704 here, which I also don't like. Better than the ISU, but not a fan. Can't stand the gum, and when you've got a tank destroyer that's all about the gum, it's a bit of a problem if you don't like the gum. So, but anyway, I'll play it. I need to play it anyway. What is my current mission in the thing? Cause damage exceeding at least 4 times the hit points of your vehicle. Usually best done at tiers 6 and 8, in my experience. But, you know, we'll give it a go anyway. Where am I actually going? Oh, the Kranvagen. I am sorry, to answer your question about how far I am up the Swedish tech tree. I will slowly get my way up the Swedish and indeed the Czechoslovakian tech trees. But because I keep playing a machine until I've aced it, and I don't move on until I've aced it, and I don't play that many low-tier games, it means getting through the low-tier Swedes and Czechoslovakians is going to take a while. I'm at tier 2 on the Czechoslovakian tech tree still, and that thing's been out for over a year now. But I'll get there. I will get there. As a general rule of thumb, I don't like playing anything below about tier 5 anymore. I just find it a bit frustrating. Well, no, don't like's a bit strong. I don't like playing below that tier very much. Let's put it that way. Like I said, I just find it a little bit frustrating. The games are a bit random, and you can't really predict what's going to happen, which annoys me. Because a lot of people at that tiers don't really know what they're doing. Also, because I'm not a newbie player, sometimes the queue time for me down there is utterly horrific. Especially if I try tier 1 matches. So for anyone who's been following my channel for any time, you'll know I've got a Chase the Ace series going, trying to ace every non-artillery tank. I say non-artillery because artillery just frustrates me. I have no interest in trying to ace those things. But I've now said I'm not going to bother with tier 1 either because the queue times... There we go, that's the Object 704. Because the queue times are just... yeah, horrible. So, the Object 704. Now, in that particular case, the gun actually worked, which was nice. Those guys caught me a bit unawares. I wasn't expecting there to be that many people over here. Usually everyone piles down the the roadway down the other side of the map. But so people talk a lot about the Object 704's armor. You've just seen there how good the Object 704's armor is. I will play the 704 again because that wasn't really a particularly good showing in the thing. And someone did ask for something like that. Hello, Fiora. Do I have a Conway? I have a Conway on my other account. I don't have it on this account. She does indeed. I personally think the Conway is a pile of trash. Yeah, go figure. It's basically a campy tank destroyer. You can't really be aggressive with it because it's not very fast, doesn't have any armor, and has quite low alpha damage for a tier 9 tank destroyer. Also, the soft stats on the gun suck. So the only pointers I can really give you with the Conway, and bear in mind I'm not a very good Conway driver myself at the moment, the only pointers I can really give you are camp at the back of the map and get bored. I aced the Charioteer on my other account. It took some damage, some kills. The game is going to be going up in a couple of weeks' time, I think, or a few weeks. It took some damage, some kills. It was a tier 10 match, I think, a bit of assistance damage. It was around about the 1250 base XP mark, I think it was. I can double check in a sec. SU-122-54 is better than the 704, so you got something to look forward to. Oh, good. I liked the SU-100M1. I don't like the SU-101, so we'll see how I find the thingamajiggy. Yeah, what a pummeling. Yeah, I may go back to the Charioteer. I prefer the speed of the gun. Honestly, I don't like the Charioteer either. For me, that whole line is downhill from tier 5. So I on my other account, I went at it through the mediums. So, what am I doing? Got to the, I went through the, like, the Grant, the Sherman, the Firefly. And it's been downhill from the Sherman 3 at tier 5. The Firefly I'm not a huge fan of at tier 6. The Challenger can be kind of fun at tier 7, it's just not very good. The Charioteer at tier 8 I don't like, particularly. And the Conway at tier 9 I like even less. So yeah, it's a horrible line in my opinion. And Paris, one of my least favourite maps in the game at the moment. Hurrah! And it's a tier 10 match. And this is what I mean. I'm in a light tank again. And it's another city map, basically. So we'll see what we can do. Try and get some assistance damage if we can. We'll see how well it works. And if not, then not. And we've got an LTTB going the same way. He's a little bit faster than me, so he might... If he's going to the same place, which it looks like he's not actually, then he may well get there slightly before me. But it looks like he's not going to the same place, so that's something. No, I'm not going to fire the gun. Not spotted, but I'm getting shot because the AMX-30 fired and he was spotted, so I get shot by the Bulldog. Yay! It's pretty much how this game has worked for me a lot lately. Last time I streamed I spoke about getting artilleried because the person near me had been spotted, and this time I'm getting shot by a Bulldog because the guy next to me has been spotted. Still yet to actually pick up any assistance damage. Yay! I spotted a thing. There's a bat chat, guys. Please kill the bat chat. Nope. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 other tanks over on this flank, and that bat chat didn't take a single point of damage. Hurrah! Borsig, anyone going to shoot the Borsig? Yay! Dead Borsig. And I get 332 assistance damage. Someone tracked him, so it looked like I shared that damage with them, which was slightly irritating. Now, as far as I can work out on this map, this flank with the field is actually pretty much irrelevant most of the time. Most of the outcome of the game seems to be decided in the town, but I'm not taking the 1390 into the town to duke it out with that stuff, so I'll just die immediately. I'm only keeping this guy selected so I've got an idea of how close he is, because once he gets within 50 meters he will proxy spot me. But I'm actually going to duck down before that happens. There we go, he proxy spotted me anyway. Our Object 430 has been doing team damage. Oh, fantastic. And that WZ made it into that position, so we can't actually do anything here now without getting shot up. Oh great, I'm going to go somewhere else. And that guy just got nuked by artillery. It's another reason I don't like artillery. And this is a disastrous match. It's the thing, light tanks, you are kind of at the mercy of the matchmaker. Yeah, if it puts you in a bad map, not really much you can do about it. Nah. So, yeah. 4-8. Yippee. Can't get anyone in the sides or the rear, so I can't really do much damage at the moment. Can't go over there, because I'll just get shot up again. Or shot up anyway. There goes the AMX-30. Someone's not very happy. You realise that's... well, I guess it is how cancer works. Sorry, Loki's playing RimWorld and she was just telling me about one of her poor cancer-ridden patients, colonists, who, and I quote, had the cancer taken out of them. So there we go, that's my magazine done. I'm now reloading for basically 40 seconds, so there isn't really anything I can do in the meantime. And now I'm the last one left. Can I ram the WZ to death? No, hell no. Well, I'll do a little bit of damage by ramming that chap. There we go. Ah, dear. Never mind. Although camping and sniping is my preferred game. Bat Chook, the Aussie chicken Batman. Yeah, I've got an all-star team, I know. If I've got an E25, I should play it. Sure, I will play the E25. I said I'd play another game in the 704 as well. Oh wow, I thought I had a pretty naff game. No, well, I didn't have a particularly good game, but apparently everyone else on my team had a worse game. So, I guess it explains how we lost. Right, I said I'd play the 704 again, assuming that it's out of its match. Is it, or is it still in game? It is now out. The game was a loss. I still didn't finish at the bottom of my team. Hurrah! Always encouraging. Right, let's try the 704 again. Boom! And then I'll play the E25 Bionic. Alright, the age-old debate with the 704. Do I play it boring and camp like a little so-and-so? Or do I try and duke it out in the town? So the thing with the armour on the 704, the frontal plate, I think it's 120 mil with a bit of a slope on. Effectively, it's about 180 effective armour, plus a gun mantler. The side armour, however, is made of finest Soviet bullshitanium. So you can bounce a lot of things with the side if you angle it, but then you can't shoot people. I'm going to start off boring this game out. And then if I run out of things to shoot out, or if I don't have anything to shoot, I will wade into the town. I am not taking the valley. because the valley is pointless. Especially on encounter. And is everybody coming to this central roadway? God, this is crowded. Okay. I'm not going here. This is just a crowded death trap. Let's get out of here. Let's try something different. Oh, we've destroyed their mighty Sparpanzer 1C, which is nice. AMX 1390, I'm not going to bother turning around to aim at him. So this might go horribly wrong, just for the record. It's very likely to go horrendously wrong. But, you know, I'll give it a go anyway, and realistically, the thing with this tank is you only need to penetrate 2 shots to have done about your own HP in damage. 3 shots and you've done over 2k damage, assuming that they, you know, do roughly average damage. So, there's that. Right, into the town we go. I'm very grateful to see that our team hasn't all ploughed into the valley. Actually, almost a year ago now, which is a little bit terrifying, I put up a video about why you shouldn't plough into the valley on this map, because it's stupid. I'm not going to go through it all now. If you're curious, by all means go and take a look. Map tactics or something. I mean to get around to doing more of them, it's just they take a bit of time and I haven't yet found the time. And hadn't actually realised it had been almost a year since I did that one. Next one I'm planning to do is mines, just because it's one that people tend to see from low tiers right up the way to higher tiers. So it's a map people will come across pretty quickly. And actually it's a map that I think there's some interesting discussion that could be had on. Okay, is there artillery? Yeah, of course there is. It's not big artillery, it's only a Lorraine. But of course, you know, everything's relative. I thought this WZ had something poking out that I could shoot at. I just got spotted, but... Cheeky son of a gun. Well, I think he's pretty screwed now. And one more to kill him. Nope, he doesn't have one more shell in order to do the business. Didn't want to hit my ally. Good lord, this is frustrating. Trying to navigate around this T10. Missed. So this is a really awkward situation for the object. I thought I'd bring it in here for a town fight. There we go. Just because it was getting really crowded on the central road, but the Object 704 is really not designed for this kind of fight. It's designed to bore it out and camp at the back. So, go figure. This is not using the tank really to its strengths. If I had better aim time I might have done that, but there we go. 719 damage, and that was a low damage roll, so not too shabby. Trying, of course, not to get absolutely wrecked. Someone needs to get into that capture circle and do a bit of resetting, by the way, fellas. Oh, that WZ does have a shot on me. So difficult to judge. I don't know. We take out each other's tracks, but he reloads faster than I do. So, there's that. Badoing, there's the side armor for you. Side armor doesn't completely suck. Really? The upper front plate on that thing isn't even very good. Goodness knows I've played the WZ enough, the tier 8 premium, to know that the upper front plate on that tank isn't actually very good. Oh, and that was, I thought that was into, again, the upper front plate, but it was into the gun mantlet. So that one was my bad. There we go. another bad game in the 704. I'm not going to play it again because I really don't like that tank. But yeah, I took the machine into a situation that it's not designed for a city fight on the basis that it was too crowded where I was originally. The result was I only got in one penetrating shot. Had a terrible game. So apologies, neither of those really showed off the Object 704's strengths, but honestly, if you want to see people play the Object 704 well or the ISU 152 well, you'd be better watching someone else. I really don't like them. I don't really have a good word to say about them, so maybe later on in the evening I might play it again if people ask for it, but... Right, that was the 704. Someone was asking about the E25. I've had this tank for quite a long time, actually, but not played it very much. How many games have I played in this thing? 25. Really not played it very much. So, we'll see if we can do the tank a little bit of justice. So, this is the Tier 7 German premium tank destroyer that isn't technically for sale anymore, but Wargaming has the annoying habit of occasionally dangling under people's noses whenever they want to whack the EU cash cow. It's achieved a kind of mythic status of overpoweredness, which is not actually true. And traces its heritage back to this thing being around when the maps were more forgiving than traditional tank destroyers. B, the fact that this thing and other premium tank destroyers retained... Wargaming didn't nerf it when they nerfed every other tank destroyer in the game, basically. They didn't nerf the premium ones because they refused to nerf premium tanks. I'm not going to get into a rant about that. But also because, like, pretty much everything, all legends and whatnot, come from something that's been overstated, pretty much, and exaggerated. And thanks for the RAM Type 64. That's exactly what I wanted. I really just wanted people to ram me. That's perfect. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. You have no idea how much I was missing that. Ugh. So, this thing is fast, it's sneaky, it gets high DPM, but the gun itself is kinda weedy. It's basically the same gun you get on the Tier 5 Stug, and this is at Tier 7. It does get limited matchmaking. I mean, I remember when this tank was introduced, and people were looking at it going, really, with that gun at Tier 7? I'm not convinced. Looks like it might be a bit naff. Turned out it was breaking the matchmaker. People were going around in platoons of 3 of these things and dominating Tier 7 matches. Don't have 6th Sense on this crew, just to let you know. So I don't know if I don't know when I've been spotted. So I'm playing it a bit more cautiously than I usually would. Actually, people asked for the E25, the last stream I did, and I ended up with exactly the same map. Go figure. With nobody having gone off to spot the enemies at all, this is a little awkward. But we'll see how we go. Probably not going to be able to shoot any of these guys, am I? Come on, just a smidgen further and then I can actually shoot you. Or if you want to come back a bit, that'll do. Wow, E25's gun is really accurate, except I just missed. The E25 is, in my opinion, it's certainly not a bad machine. It's, you know, it's a fairly decent machine, but I would say it's one of the most overrated tanks this game has ever had. It's a Legend is, well, not really relevant and hasn't been for quite some time. Can I actually do any damage this game? Or am I just going to be going back and forth trying to find something to shoot and never quite succeeding? It's pretty much the same as happened the last time I took the E25 out for a spin. Right. Okay. Nope, that guy just died. Damage! Couldn't reload in time to have a second shot though. If I'd been using a gun with higher alpha damage, I'd have done more than 145 to him. Ah, well, never mind. Hehe, I will shoot you in the bum, Mr. Ferdinand, except I won't because you're on my team and I'm not a scumbag. Let's have one more for good measure. Okay, I'm bored now. Oh! He's behind a rock. This might get me killed, but I'm... Oh, actually, no, it's 8-6. No, no. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to bore this out. So, yeah, E25. It's alright. Like I say, it's just kind of overrated. As I lack Sixth Sense, I can't really be any more aggressive with this thing. Don't know why I was aiming at the back of that friendly Ferdy. Desperate to shoot something. So what you end up with is kind of boring gameplay, to be honest. If our Ferdinand's going to push on that IS-2, however, it might make the IS-2 go into a position he doesn't want to be in, and then I might be able to shoot him. I don't know. Oh, never mind, he got ammo racked. Off we go. Ooh. Yay, I killed a thing. Right, let's go up and spot these tank destroyers and see if I can get them wrecked. He's behind a rock, which is rather unsporting of him. And then there's him. Ooh, damage on the prompt. Well, that's as far back as I can go. Alas. There we go. There goes the T-71. I mean, the nice thing about the E25 is that it is... Oh, the T-28 is actually dead. It's fast enough... I'm going to get Borsig or artillery, don't I? It's fast enough that you can do some scouting with it, which is nice. That's something that I definitely do appreciate. I know the Borsig's over there. Su-14-2 is quite a slow artillery piece, so it probably hasn't gone that far. Let's see if I can break this Borsig. Speak of the devil. Oh. Alright, he's turned around to look at me. I need to be somewhere else. Don't get much health, of course, only being a tier 7. Just leaves this Borsig left alive. I was hoping that Ferdinand would have pushed on this guy a little bit faster. But, yeah, what are you going to do? Nah, guy's just going to get wrecked by the Ferdy, I imagine. Ramming speed, Mr. Johnson. There we go. And then we have the E25. Sorry, most of that game was a little bit boring. Hello, Chisel. Oh, I came second on my team. Fair enough. I guess I got some assistance in there. And it is a premium tank, so you do make some money. So that was the E25. It's not bad. But not as good as a lot of people would have you believe, in my opinion. You have to bear in mind when, for example, you see opinions and reviews from, let's take for instance, Quickie Baby, because I know he thinks the E25 is overpowered. The thing you have to bear in mind with Quickie Baby is that he's a very, very, very good player, and in his hands pretty much any machine looks overpowered. So bear that in mind. Also bear in mind most of his opinion dates back from a time before this machine was removed, when this machine perhaps was a little bit overpowered, but times have changed and so have the maps. Yeah, you can definitely get some good scouting done in the E25. Speaking of scouting, let's try the whole AMX 1390 thing again. Again, if anyone wants any other machines played, by all means say so. And I'll try and play the tank you've asked for, or if I haven't got it, then at least something similar. Oh, Deja Vu. Okay. Now the problem is, since they changed this map, rushing over to the sort of G6 region at the beginning of the game is kind of a bit of a death sentence, so I'm not going to do that. And I do have 6th Sense on this crew, so we shall try and do some spotting, but be a bit more cautious about it. Oh, we have a 1375 who's gonna bombast it across the map. Fair enough. Yay, that shot actually hit. Good lord. I did not expect that. Genuinely, I did not. Ah, that one missed. That's more what I'd come to expect from this thing. And that's 0-2 down. Now, I really don't like the 1390. Why am I playing the 1390? Why can't I play a light tank I do actually like? Oh well. Never mind. There we go. Our Saint Emile is getting absolutely wrecked. There's not really much I can do about that. And there's an RU-251 who's getting himself into the position of win. So this will be interesting. It is not looking good for our team, let's put it that way. But then again, what's new? The other flank apparently has been left completely open. Because reasons. I mean, I must admit, I personally don't like defending over there, so I can't be too harsh about it. I have no idea what I can actually do at the moment. If I... this is the thing, if I go out to do any spotting, I'm just going to get myself killed. And this gun is not up to long range work. So I'm left with waiting for the enemy to make a mistake. This RU seems to be trying to take advantage of his excellent position, but he's pushing it just a little bit too hard, which has cost him best part of 500 health. If I had this AMX's backside, I could use that, but I don't, so I can't. And now this T10's just going to come up here and really ruin my day. Which is a little unfortunate. Oh. Oh, God. And now I'm reloading. And I've got a dead gun. It's just... Blech. From that magazine... Ah, you can shoot me. There's nowhere I can go. From that magazine, I managed the grand total of 700 damage, which is like, what? 3 shots out of a magazine of 6. It's like the AMX 5100. It's just not worth it. It's not worth the gun. I've taken to playing ultra aggressively in my E25. If not spotting, face hugging and bursting through the line. Weirdly, it seems to work. The E25 has the speed to make that sort of gameplay, I imagine, kind of work. The problem is there are tanks at tier 7 that are better for it. It's not a reliable strategy, and personally I like reliability. Hello, Ukikar? Ukikan? Ukikar. Sorry, it's not the best font on my monitor. Certainly isn't the OP beast that many would have you believe. To do any decent amount of damage, you have to move around a fair bit. Yes, you do. And yes, it has an edge on the larger maps. Large open maps, which is the sort of maps that Wargaming have been continually nerfing and not introducing anymore of. They've been introducing more and more town and city maps, which is why it's not the beast it once was. Can you play the KV-13? I can't because I don't own it, but I will play the T-43 for you instead. I hope that's okay. Once again, I had a pretty shoddy game, but apparently so did everybody else, so there we go. T-43. Another tank I don't actually like. I've only got it because I haven't yet aced it. Oh, God. Ensk. The original YOLO Rush heavy medium brawl map of boredom. Oh, well, never mind. Map rotation is terrible today. Anyway. No, that's not true. It's not that the map rotation is terrible, it just seems to be terrible for the tanks I'm trying to play. Go figure. So Ensk has been in the game for donkey's years, and it hasn't really been changed as long as I've been playing the game, which is about 4 years now. T-43, tier 7 Soviet medium tank. Nah. Some people really like it, I'm not one of them. It's, for a tier 7 medium tank, it's actually pretty well armoured. The mobility's alright, the gun is kinda derpy. The frontal fuel tank is incredibly frustrating. Oh, I've been spotted. Yeah. That frontal fuel tank really annoys me. Fires in this thing are a pretty regular occurrence. Now, But the armour isn't bad. It's something like 80, 90 millimeters with some sloping all round. So the armour is definitely not to be sneezed at. So credit where credit is due. None of these guys are getting spotted until... Thanks, OI. Thanks. Look. At least point your front at the bad guys. Word to the wise, your armour is generally speaking thickest at the front. And so if there's a bit of your armour that you want to expose to the enemy, it's the bit at the front. Message that OI driver hasn't seemed to have gotten yet, as he's just broadsiding people. And I'm just as... I'm going to go over to the field, because I'm not doing anything over here. Bum 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 bum. Right, what can we actually do about this lot? Pew pew the AMX, but I think I might have come over here a little bit too late. Oh well, we'll give it a punt. We shall give it a go. Try and see if this HE round is going to do the business. Nope. HE rounds against the AMX, kind of unreliable. I thought it was worth a go, but it didn't really work. This gun does get pretty good HE rounds. It's shared. This gun, by the way, is shared with the KV-13. They both use the same weapon. So it's not just the fact that they're both tier 7 Soviet mediums that they have in common. So it's also the gun. I just got a crit hit on an E25, which meant that I didn't pick up the kill on the guy. They've buffed the Lerva's armor, so that's never going to work. There's still that CDC. Still be nice to do something about him. No damage while he's... No, he missed. I flubbed. I could probably actually push on this CDC and kill him, but I need to try and keep our ISU alive if I possibly can. And I can't. Badoing. Oh no, I'm screwed now. I'm the only one left alive over here, which is, let's say, suboptimal. Let's go with suboptimal. I am so freaking dead. It's not right. That AMX is a one-shot. If I push across here, there's a good chance I'm going to get Rheinmetalled, but if I just sit there, I'm going to get ganked by all of the bad guys at once. Rheinmetall is a very real possibility here, but like I said, I can't just sit there and actually chasing a CDC around this house. Probably not the best plan, but I don't currently, bugger, have a better one. This is what I wanted to avoid, but never mind. He messed up his shot. That one bounced somehow. Tracked him in place. That's gonna hurt. He flubbed. Kill the tiger. Kill the AMX, and somehow I'm not dead. Where is that Borsig? Borsig went all the way over there. Sweet. Okay, that leaves the Borsig. Borsig's down. That just leaves the Lerva. He can one-shot me. But I thought I was going to be dead a long time ago. Oh well, once again, just keep firing, keep killing, and shit. Pardon my French. Hope that it's enough. Sorry, I'm playing a Soviet tank. Pardon my Russian. Oh, no, 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 no. In trying to escape the lurver, I appear to have gone right into his clutches. God damn it, he wasn't even looking at me. So I could have gone for it. Well, let's see if I can give him a bit of surprise butt loving. Yes, but it's a low damage roll. Bit of a shame. There we go. Ah. IS-3A picked up the kill. Oh, well, that didn't end up going too badly. The armour actually held up, which was nice. The AMX and the Tiger didn't seem to be able to shoot for toffee, which was also nice. And I was able to farm them for their health. What did I get? Second class mastery. It's not too shabby. Nice. Thank you for requesting the KV-13. I then had to defer to the T-43. It ended up being a half-decent game. I haven't had a decent game in the T-43 in ages, so it was actually quite nice to have. Convert. Right. Yeah, thanks for that. I should... Right, hang on. Greetings, Evil Genius. Hello, Will. I should play my favourite tank next to cheer myself up. I'm never quite sure what my favourite tank is. There's a lot of tanks I like, but they're very rarely the tanks that people request, with the exception of the KV-2. People invariably request the KV-2, and I love playing the KV-2. But apart from that, the tanks I like don't seem to be the tanks that people like watching. But I will play a tank that I enjoy in just a second. Given the map and the circumstances, sure, my approach of late certainly isn't sensible or recommended. Just got sick of playing it as you should. Don't see the maps for it much now. Well, that's exactly the point. The maps for the E25 don't come up very much anymore because maps in general have been nerfed. So now the maps that the tank does very well on are, well, there aren't that many of them. Talking of map rotation, I've still not had a game on Paris. Think yourself lucky. No, I'm biased. Map rotation? What is that? Not sure if you're being serious or sarcastic, just because I can't tell from text. Map rotation, the game client keeps a small number of maps in a cache, and it rotates through those. It picks one of those maps for you to play on. It takes one of those maps and puts a new map in, I think it is, about every 15 minutes or something like that. So that's the map rotation. It's just the maps that are currently available to play on. Although I've been spending most time in the low tiers recently, took out my H35 to club all those L60 seals when that vehicle was handed out. Yeah, similar thing happened when there were the Vickers Light 6Cs and the T7 combat car, because they just can't penetrate things like the H35. No, the CDC couldn't shoot straight. I've no idea why. The maps I see mostly are Ensk, Swamp, Pilsen, Himmelsdorf, throwing a smithering of the boring Mirror of Anchor. Yeah. KV2, okay, so what have I missed in the last half an hour? Some terrible teams, and the odd game that didn't go terribly. How about a bit of AC4 after the KV2? Alright, so someone's asked for my favourite tank, so I'll pick a tank that I enjoy playing that you haven't seen yet. KV2 again, and the Sentinel AC4. Oakley dokley. So, what am I going to pick that I preferably haven't played in a long time and enjoy playing? What haven't I played in ages? I know what I haven't played in ages. I've no idea how well this is going to go, but we'll give it a go anyway. I haven't played the Comet in a very long time. In fact, I think I've only had one game in this since it got given the HD model. That's how long it's been. The HD model that's wrong, by the way, but never mind. Of course we're bottom tier. Hurrah! Ah well, we'll see how we end up doing. It's also not the flank I would have wanted if I'm going to be bottom tier. Ah well. Now, as I say, I'm not saying that the Comet is my favourite tank, but it's I don't really have a favourite. I have a lot that I like, but it's definitely one that I enjoy. Or I used to, anyway. As I said, I haven't actually played this tank in a very long time, so we'll see if that's still remains the case. It's a bit more sluggish than I remember. Oh well. What have we got over here to give me a hand? That's not too bad. Or for me to give a hand to, whichever way you want to look at it. So this is the Tier 7 British medium tank of the Comet. I mean, given a HD model, although the HD model, as far as I can work out, is a little bit wrong. Not as wrong as the FV4202P's model. That model is just completely wrong, but never mind. What do you get with this thing? You get a kind of tiny pew-pew gun, although a lot of the Tier 7 medium tanks have pretty weedy guns. 12 degrees of gun depression, which is nice. Turret armour that can bounce things every once in a while. Especially if you're top tier, which we're not. Turret armour used to be better, then they gave it a HD model. Go figure. You can see I got 2 marks of excellence in this thing when I was playing it. I was grinding it. And I decided to keep it. I found it a lot of fun. So we've got a T-54 and a Super Pershing over here with us. Just trying to see if I can spot anyone at the moment. So the Comet has pretty good DPM. In fact, it has very good DPM. Base DPM of over, I think it's like about 2100 or something. Which at Tier 7 is very nice. And you don't really get a DPM increase when you get to Tier 8. In fact, in the British line, it goes down. You go from having what is, I think, the highest DPM Tier 7 medium tank to the lowest DPM Tier 8 medium tank. Centurion gets less than 2000 damage per minute. Are there really no bad guys over here? Oh well. Okay. But we're 2 tanks down already. Fantastic. 3 tanks down. And why do we have a bunch of heavies camping up on the hill? Dare I even ask the question? Because the obvious response is, why wouldn't we? Nope. Since they've buffed the Lurver's armour, penetrating this guy is going to be slightly more... Never mind. I was going to say awkward than it used to be, but it became a bit of a non-issue. And our other flag. Did we just lose... So it's myself and the T-54. Hurrah! Let's not try that again. Because I do not want to get wrecked by that Ferdinand. He's got a scary big gun. Oh. Turns out I'm more vulnerable here than I thought I was. I thought I was a bit safer in this position. And unfortunately, I'm screwed now because I lost all my crew members. Oh, that's a shame. Oh well. Oh, that's annoying. Oh well. I thought... I guess I was too far over. Maybe I should have been further over to the right, where that section is. And then worst comes to worst, I could have always hidden behind that rock. I thought I was safer there than I was. Go figure. Never mind. So that was my favourite tank. Corellia seems to be the rotations choice for you today. Yep, I get Corellia a lot. Seems like you got my team from earlier. I've had these teams for the last 2 weeks. That's why my win rate's been just disintegrating. Camping and sniping was everyone's games. Yup. It's frustrating, but there's not really much you can do about it. Right. What were people picking? What had someone asked for next? KV2 again. Alright. So I'll play the KV2 and then the AC4. There we go. It's a terrible game in the Comet. Barely did any damage, got a little bit of assistance. And it's depressing that there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people who did worse than I did. Jeez. Anyway. KV2 again. There we go. Is that my PC's fan in the background? Probably. If you can hear a faint whirring, it is most likely the fan on my computer. The fan's kind of a little bit loud. I need to clean it out. So that's probably what it is. At a guess. Top tier. Oh ho ho. Okay. Right. Erlenberg, assault, and we're defending. Rule number 1. Do not stay on this side of the river. So we're going to go back over to the side of the river where our base is. Going on this side of the river, generally speaking, is a death sentence. And the fact remains that you can defend the cap perfectly well without ever setting foot on this side of the river. So why disadvantage yourself by doing it? If you're going to attack this side of the river, then really go for it. And I have seen teams do that and succeed. And if you're not going to do that, don't go for this side of the map at all, because that's 1, 2, 3 dead tanks. Is it possible that I'm wrong? Of course it is. Nothing in this life is ever certain, but most of the time, going on that side of the map, especially when there's just a few of you, you just die. So instead, go the other side of the map, push the enemy down and off of your side of the river, clear out your side of the river, then head back, defend your base, and you can do it perfectly adequately without ever stepping foot on the other side of the river. Ultimately, all you have to do is defend your capture circle and stay alive. Don't try and be fancy with it. That's my opinion anyway. So, who can I one-shot? Potentially anybody. Who will I one-shot? That's an entirely different question. We shall see. That's where the KV2's lack of gun depression is going to unfortunately come into play, but we'll do the best we can anyway. Oh, that guy's getting wrecked. Can someone kill him so I don't have to pop over there and do it? Because I don't really want to get shot. SU-85. There we go. Good boy. Right, so SU-100 and KV-1 are both dead. Just need our Chaffee to die, and that'll be my prediction of those 3 tanks all being dead. Sometimes these things kind of work like clockwork. Gonna go and check if there is anybody down here. Doesn't seem like there was, otherwise that SU-85 would have been shot more, and otherwise I imagine I would be getting shot. Oh, look like the Chaffee has managed to run away. Good man. Now there's no one down here, so now we need to defend our capture circle. So they only actually sent 1 tank on this side of the river. Unusual. But fair enough. So I don't know why our artillery is sitting there. Our artillery needs to be back there. Oh, one Hummel seems to have got the message and realised he has a W key like everybody else. And the other Hummel and the Griller, not so much. Okay. There goes the Hummel. The inability of some artillery players to find their WASD keys never ceases to amaze me. And the inability of some people, this is true, as Loki points out, to not press the WASD keys even when it's getting them in an awful lot of trouble also kind of never ceases to amaze. Ah, that was a terrible shot. Panzer IV-H hit me in the face with 79 damage. Whatever shall I do? Is someone taking all my assistance? Oh, it's that dirty Chaffee. Never mind. Is there anyone else? Oh, the Panzer IV will still be over here somewhere. The fact that he's able to continually shoot me without being spotted makes me think that might be an amusing blind shot. Never mind. Was worth a punt. Might have made him keep his head down, if nothing else. There he is. Called it, I just didn't hit him the first time round. There we go. Told you he'd be in that bush. Alright, so that's him dealt with. Who's left? LKV's going after their artillery or something, I imagine. I'm going to go over this way. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't really want to get caught out by that STRV-74. That looks like a pretty nice tank, if I'm going to be honest. I don't have one myself. Back to the previous conversation about how far along the Swedish tech tree I've got, the answer is tier 2. But it does look fun. 15 degrees of gun depression, decent 75mm, in fact a very good 75mm gun. Yes please. And I like the aesthetics of it, so it might end up being a keeper for me, but time will tell. Maybe I should have gone with the TD. Probably. Oh well, never mind. A bit late now. Oh, hello. Goodbye. So yeah, it looks like a pretty good tank to me. But it doesn't have any armour. So that's quite funny. I'm not gonna lie. That takes care of him. He was one of the more dangerous. Or he had 2 kills and he's in a top tier tank. So seemed to be one of the more dangerous opponents. So maybe going down here was the right thing to do in the end. 3 minutes of this match left. The emphasis is very much on the enemy team to kind of pull their fingers out and do something. But we'll see whether they do or not. And I bounced his return shot, which was quite nice. I say return shot, he got the shot off first. But I bounced it, which was fairly amusing. KV2 doesn't have the best armour, but can still bounce things occasionally, to be fair. I know. Yes, Mr. Artillery, I am aware the time pressure is rather on their heads, and I don't want people getting caught out either. Wow, there's some low health artillery. He's just going to clean up. 1 health Griller, dead. 52 health Hummel, can he nail this guy too? Would be nice. 2 minutes left. But again, the time pressure is really on them, not on us. And he doesn't seem to have found these guys. That's interesting. If they were in that corner, I would have expected to have been spotted. So maybe they're hanging out in this bit of town. Maybe they're probably making a beeline for our base. There we go. Oh, he's down. And that just leaves the enemy 65. Wherever he is. He doesn't have time to cap, so I'm not really worried about that. They needed 2 people to be capping. They didn't have 2 people, so we win. Don't even know why he's bothering, to be honest. There's no reason to have capture points. If it makes him happy, I guess, whatever. All he does mean that we know where he is, so we can come and kill him. Which is nice of him, I guess. Or maybe he hasn't realised that he doesn't have the time. I don't know. Don't know. Driven all the way around the map. Oh well, not the most exciting KV2 game in the world, but there we go. Nice seeing all HE ammo loadout on the KV2. Yeah, I've heard that in order to 3 mark it, you get 3 marks of excellence, you want to be good at using the armor-piercing ammo, but I just play the KV2 for fun. And the thought of firing like 152mm AP and then bouncing or just tracking someone and sitting through a 20-second reload just makes me cringe. Oh yes, KV2 is best sniper. As someone with over 3 kilometer travels in several times in my SPGs, I also find it depressing that some people haven't got the meaning of the term self-propelled. Yeah, I know. I know. Chaffies are not dirty, they bury their stalls and wash their own spit. Well, old Chaffee, sure, I'm not so convinced about the current Chaffee. But my own biases aside. Right, someone was asking about the AC4, wasn't it? Alright, I have, confession to make, never played this machine. So, this will be interesting. Never played it. Just never done it. How many crew does it even take? 5. Yes, I'm sure it is. Okay. I know. Alright, well, let's... Why have I got a commander for him? Oh, well, never mind. Let's take my comic crew and plonk them in there then, I guess. Yeah. Gonna have to do this gradually, unfortunately. The horrors of having never played this thing before. I own it, just not got around to playing it. Comet, there we go. It was on my list of things to play. Where on earth has it gone? I swear I am going blind with my old age. There we go. Good lord. No. Comet. Comet. And finally... And there we go. Right. Okay. Give it a pair of binos, and let's see how this thing goes. First ever game in this tank, so... time will tell. Chaffee is love, Chaffee is life. Used to be the case in my opinion, but I don't like the new Chaffee. But, you know, just be careful to check for casting mould lines on the muzzle brake. Yeah. Sluggish uphill, fast downhill. Yeah, I got that impression. The engine seems a little bit weedy, but the top speed seems respectable, so... First game ever in it, so the matchmaker makes me top tier. Hurrah. I forgot to change the ammo loadout. And I haven't given myself any consumables. This is going to be fun. Whoops. Well, the ammo loadout issue shouldn't be too much of an issue. But the lack of consumables might be problematic. We shall see. I believe I get 10 degrees of gun depression, which is nice. 17 pounder gun. Soft stats, not so hot. What's the reload like? 4.22. Okay, reload isn't terrible. Wow, this thing really is a little bit... Come on, you can do it. There we go. I've played the Tier 4 Sentinel, the AC1, but not played the AC4 yet. Well, obviously I am now. Remind me when I get back to the garage that I need to give this thing consumables and a less terrible ammo loadout. Well, this thing really isn't very fast, is it? Or at least not when it's moving under its own power. And that guy, by the look of it, is about to evaporate. Yay! We killed a thing. And that guy is not hanging around there anymore, not that I can really blame him. So, cheeky little kill there. It reminds me in a way of the Panzer IV Schmolter, just with better gun depression. Hello Mr. Cromwell, how are you today? Hello Mr. T-150. Hope you're well. Ah, he's moved. Sad. No. Hello Mr. Chaffee. Whoa, okay. I just took pain from something. Chaffee is down. Chaffee is down. There we go. We're putting cute animals to rest. Can I get in? Oh, I could have done, but I didn't really realise it until it was a bit too late. Can I pick up a sneaky kill on the Dickomax? Let's give it a go. Nah, worth a punt. But no dice. Cromwell, T-150, OI, no, not really. I don't really want to push too far around there, because I don't want to find out where people are with my face. But then again, I am getting bored. Can I shoot the STR? No. And all the guys who pushed around that flank have now died. Fantastic. So what was a game we were winning, I'm not going to say comfortably, but we were at least winning, we are now losing. Fan-dabby-tastic. Right, I really need to pull back and use my gun depression in this ridgeline to my advantage, because otherwise this is going to get kind of messy. Well, this is going to get messy anyway, but I want to make it as messy for them as I can, and as not messy for us as possible. AC8 has trundled, sorry, AT8 has trundled forwards. He can probably deal with the enemy TD, so I just need to make sure as best I can that no one gets his flank. Because a flanked AT8 is a very, very sad machine. Oh, it's turned around. Okay. Still need to make sure no one gets his flank. And yes, I'm being very, very cautious with this thing, because I don't... You know, I'm not hugely familiar with how it performs. So I'm playing it rather safe. And no, I don't apologise for that. Don't know why I'm eyeing up the 88. Cromwell and ARL are both one-shots. LKV was full health last time we saw him. Don't really know about anyone else. Hellcat should have the 88, so should RSU 101. why. Which frees me up a little bit. Aha! Oh, that was a terrible shot. I took a hit there from someone. I thought it was weird they hadn't popped up in a while. Yeah, I really wanted that Wolverine to not be dead, but he was on his own, so it wasn't really likely to end any other way, was it? That ARL appears to be on his own now. And artillery. And he's dead. If I can flank this guy, that should hopefully deal with him. One health. Well, it was a high damage roll anyway, I can't really complain too much. Aww. Sad face. Oh well, dead is dead. Now, I'll try and cross over here, bearing in mind my mobility isn't fantastic. And up here, wondering if the AT2 is actually AFK, because last time he was spotted he was at the base. Seems a little bit odd for that machine. There we go. Oh god, found a Cheeto. Okay, that's a thing. And the Cheeto apparently is not interested in my shenanigans. Okay. Whoops, that was a terrible shot. Yeah, I can go straight through your turret, matey boy, old chum. 170 odd penetration will do that. I mean, if you're just going to let me feast on you, I mean, I'm okay with this, but it seems like a bit of an odd choice. Hey, STRV. I'm quite liking this tank. Another tier 6 medium to add to my like pool. Yep, the 88-2, sorry, not 88, the 82 was indeed AFK. Right, let's go around and wreck this fella then. Sweet! Yeah, I like the AC-4. Nice machine. I prefer it to not the Sentinel, it is the Sentinel. I prefer it to the Firefly. Firefly gets good handling, but no gun depression. Sweet. That was a pretty nice result, actually. So, now that I remember, let's change this ammo loadout for starters. I mean, there's 3 APCR rounds. There we go. And get them the right way round. Right way round, there we go. Resupply automatically. There we are. Sweet. That was actually a lot of fun. I like that tank. If you still have the... Hello, Martin. If you still have the M8A1, I'd like to see it. Guess you may have sold it. Unfortunately, yes. I sold it quite a long time ago. Time to pop that dog tank cherry. No, I play on EU server. No idea if it's 1 or 2. I just go with whatever it defaults to. From where I am, there's no real difference in terms of ping and whatnot between the two servers, unless something weird's going on. 105 Octane helps. I might keep that in mind. I'm not going to put it on at the moment, but I'll bear that in mind. And consumables, yep, I've now sorted those consumables out, so that is fine. So that was the Sentinel AC4 Experimental. Fun machine. Well, let's just keep it going then. Let's play the Sentinel AC1. Which is a rather different machine. This is the Tier 4. Seeing as someone asked for one Sentinel, I'll play the other one as well. Now, this one I have played before. This is not a very good tank, I'm not gonna lie. It's also rather sluggish in terms of mobility. I think it gets okay gun depression. The armour's alright, but not fantastic. So when it's top tier, the armour's, you know, nice enough. The gun is dreadful. The gun is a 2-pounder, so you're looking at 88. Has that penetration been buffed since I last played this thing? I swear it used to be 64. Oh well. 88 penetration on quite a large, chunky tank. Imagine what happens when you're bottom tier with 88 penetration. Or 121 if you want to pimp out the APCR rounds. Do you know what other tier 4 gets a 2-pounder? The Matilda. Do you know what penetration the Matilda has with its regular armour piercing rounds? 121. The same as this thing has with its APCR. Go figure. I know, the Matilda gets the 2-pounder with the Little John adapter. Well, they could have given this thing the Little John too. No reason why not. Oh, but historical accuracy has never really been relevant to this game. Okay, bushwhacked our way through here. Friendly demolition service. So, see if we can do a spotting. And I haven't got any HE rounds in this gun because 2-pounder high explosive ammo is terrible. Yeah, the gun depression is okay, but it's not as good as you would like, given the shape of the tank and whatnot. Thought there'd be someone up there. There's really no one I can spot from here. How unusual. Oh well, not that I'm going to complain. I can shoot the Crusader instead and wait for this gun to aim, which takes a mighty long time. And there's a couple of shells into the Crusader. Does a pretty pathetic amount of damage with each shot, but there we go. What are you going to do? Am I going to be able to shoot this guy in the flank? Not if no one can spot him. Oh, and there's a KV-1. Ugh. That's never going to penetrate. Oh dear, that T-34's just given our Largo a little bit of a... Whoop, bit of a swift heave-ho. Couldn't really help him in time. Right, who can I actually shoot over here and penetrate? Oh, there's an M7. Thing is, in order to penetrate any of these guys, I need to be firing APCR. And we're even talking about side shots here. Still need APCR. So... there we go. For our incy-wincy amount of damage. But the T-34 is down anyway. And there goes the OI Experimental. Still amazed there's no one up here for me to spot. Okay, there we go, right. Try and make sure I'm not going to get nuked for my troubles. There's that Crusader from earlier on. Got spotted again. God, this engine. Sounds like a sewing machine. 37. I rolled for 37 damage and then got one shot by artillery. Yay! Artillery! So good for this game. Anyway, moving onward. Guys, I would like to hear your opinion about the best light tank line. Oh, best light tank line. I'm probably going to have to agree with Mac and say the Americans. German line... Where are the German lights? The problem with the German line is that it really changes tack here between tier 6 and 7. So the SP1C is a very different beast to the VK2801. Problem with the Soviet line is that there's a gap in it. So you go through the light tanks, you get to the T-34 at tier 5, which is a medium tank, and then you're back into the lights. The MT-25 is not a particularly well regarded tank at tier 6. The LTTB is good, but it's very much an acquired taste. The Americans, you've got a couple of choices. You can either go down this line, which is not the light tank line per se. You get the M7, the T21, which is a light tank at tier 6, the T71, which is a light tank at tier 7, both of which I think are fantastic. And then you get into the American autoloader line, or the autoloaders. Or, for now, and I don't know how long this will remain the case because they're going to rejig the light tanks, but for now, you can also get into those same high-tier autoloaders by taking the pure American light line, which goes Chaffee. I don't like the Chaffee, but many people do. T37, ditto applies, but I think most people find it a quite comfortable machine. And the M41 Walker Bulldog, which I haven't played yet, but by all accounts is very good. And then the T49, which is kind of a bit of an odd duckling, but yeah. I'm sorry, what about the others? The French... the French is all about autoloaders, not really for beginners. The British don't have a light tank line at the moment. The Chinese... tier 7 and 8 are nice. Tier 6 I can't stand, but some people do like. I wouldn't recommend it for beginners. Japanese don't have a light line, the Czechoslovakians don't have a light line, and the Swedish don't have a light line. So yeah, I'd have to agree. The Americans, I think, would be the best starting point. The Frenchies are, yeah, if you play the French, if you're interested in WN8 and whatnot, you don't have to do much in the French light tanks to get a lot of WN8. It seems that most people really seem to struggle playing them, and to be fair, since they introduced the American lights, some of them anyway, honestly, the French, not really worth playing, if I'm going to be honest. It's a bit of a sad thing to say, but yeah, there you have it. What next? Alright, let's go back to trying to play some lights. Trying to get some of these missions done, if I can. It's 1390 up again. WZ131 best tier 7 light. I think the 131's good, but I would not say it's the best tier 7 light. The best tier 7 light that I've played is the T71. I haven't played the Bulldog yet. And I've played both the T71 and the WZ, though the 131 has been buffed since I played it, apparently. And hey, look! Light tank on Ensk. Yay! Oh, the map rotation doesn't like me, does it? Anyway. But that's going to come down to personal preference a little bit. So what are we going to try and do? Well, I'm probably going to try and spot some things along this grass bank, but it's probably not going to go very well if we're going to be honest. Let's have a look. I think Our T-54 lightweight got the spot on that lightweight. And here's one of the problems with the 1390. I'm in a position to do things, but my gun isn't loaded. I really hate this gun. Never mind. You can't do anything for the first, like, minute of the match. Like I said, it's like the AMX 5100, similar story there. That lightweight's getting wrecked and I can't really do anything to assist him. Oh, I got spotted, that's sad. Someone's got a Type 59. You don't see one of those very often. Another tank whose mythical proportions far outstrip the reality of what it's capable of. Oh. Apparently I was still spotted. That's another thing you have to bear in mind with the French. Well, with light tanks in general. As soon as someone looks at you, your crew are all going to die and your modules are all going to fall apart. Oh god. Yeah, we took another hit that I didn't have to because I ran into something there. Just trying to get out of dodge because they've all gone to the grasslands. Now, if we can catch these guys in a pincer, we might be able to pull this back. But it's a bit awkward. And this is going to be difficult because I've lost a lot of health. Just trying to find something that you can penetrate in this thing. You can't take your chances with shots. You have to be secure that something is actually going to hit and penetrate. You don't have the reload or the ammunition capacity to be more speculative than that, which is really sad. One of the reasons the Americans are better. No, this is lost. One shot went through his front. I was going to try and see if another one would. It wouldn't. Well. Damn it. Oh, bother. Wasted shot, effectively. And now I'm reloading, so I'm useless for the next 30 seconds. Which means I'm dead, of course. Go for it, mate. There's nothing I can do. Eventually you want to play for fun, and the best tank is probably the Bulldog or KB2. What? Hang on. So, okay, I'm gonna go back to comment I made about Martin's thing. He was saying if you want challenge, fun, and a lot of WNA, you should go through the Frenches. In my opinion, the French light tanks are not very fun. That's just my opinion. I think it's more true if you've already played some of the American light tanks. You go back and play the French and realise just how power creeped they are. Some of them can be fun, don't get me wrong, but I can't really recommend them. Just remember the Tier 5 American light tank is pretty dire these days. The rest are decent to very good, though. The Chaffee, a lot of people really like the Chaffee. I'm not one of them, but a lot of people like it. So I meant the Tier 4. Oh, the Stuart. Yeah, I got through the Stuart before they removed the derp. So you did it when it was still the real M8 rather than the natural Stuart? Yeah, when it was actually fun rather than the garbage it is at the moment. Gaming the strong... I can play the KV5. I think if rumoured rejigger light happens, then just bumping the tier 5 to 8's upper tier is good. Maybe introduce new tier 5s as the tier 4 scouts suffer versus tier 7. Tier 5 to 7 are fun to play. The 1390 and the Lorraine are really naff. Well, the Lorraine doesn't exist anymore, of course. It's been replaced by the Batchat 25 TAP. Although, with the rejig of the lights, I'm not quite sure how that's going to work. I agree the 1390 is painful. The Tier 5, the ELC AMX, yeah, that's awesome. Can't argue with that. That's a great fun little machine. I'll happily play that if someone wants me to. The Tier 6, the AMX 12T, it's alright. It's another one. It's okay, but it's probably the second worst Tier 6 light tank. I would say the only one it beats, in my opinion, is the 5916, the Chinese. And the fact that the T37 can mount a 75mm autoloader. Yeah, it kind of eats into the niche that the 12T once had. The Tier 7, the 1375, when I played it, I had fun playing it. The next tank I played after playing the 1375 was the T71, and that really rammed home how power crept the French lights are. But I had a lot more fun in the Tier 7 than the Tier 8. Still doesn't mean I'd recommend it, though. As a general rule of thumb. Yada da, bear with me, I'm just reporting the flail platoon. When my thingy clears and I can. Fail platoons, don't do it. Flip side, if there is one on your team, just leave them alone. They're so popular because they because they disadvantage your team. You're bringing a tier 5 into a match where you should be bringing at least a tier 6. So you are actively disadvantaging your team, and no amount of excuses, oh god, it's a Liberté, is gonna change that. Yay, more damage on the Liberté, and what was that SU doing? What did he think he was going to achieve? Well, I guess he was being optimistic, I suppose. Is it just the two of us here? Okay, this is going to be interesting. Artillery, totally balanced, guys, and fair, and not in need of radically changing or anything. It's not like he stripped off 1500 of that Tiger II's health in one shot from the back of the map with complete impunity. Not like he did that at all. Anyway, complaints about artillery aside, if this Bulldog gets out of the way, can actually shoot something. Take out that Tiger II. He was unlucky to get slapped by artillery, but you know what, it's our artillery and I'm going to take advantage of it. Be foolish not to. Can I get a side shot? Nah, gun is not exactly what you'd call accurate. Let's just shiv this WZ-111 in the buttocks though. And then we can actually... Oh, speaking of artillery. Oh, it wasn't necessary anyway. Well, it swings and roundabouts, isn't it? That guy, poor, unfortunate guy, got hit for 1500. I didn't get hit for that much. I only got hit for what? 900 maybe? Still an absolute joke. And in the end, I pushed round to keep our team moving, and it turns out that the pushing round I did wasn't necessary, as the guy was going to die anyway. Someone got the kill, I can't remember who. I think it was the T10, so fair enough to him. Libertate down. Let's keep pushing onward and see if we can actually do some damage. Would be nice. T-34 100. RU-251. Really tempted to go and see if I can find their artillery. Is there anyone up there who's going to give me serious problems? Doesn't look like it. Screw it. Let's go and find their arty. Oh. Well, I found their artillery. Yay! Interesting, because usually the artillery by this point have moved up into the top left corner of the map. These guys were still there, so they got an ambush off on me. That's a bit unfortunate. Ah, well, never mind. No, that's fine, that's fine. That's fine, Martin. That's absolutely fine. It's just one of those things that you discover the more tanks you play. Some things that you thought were good at the time, like I thought the 1375 when I played it was pretty fairly balanced, and then you play other tanks that are theoretically equal in ability to it, and you have to laugh because there's no parity between the two whatsoever. Do I have the Swedish Premium? No, I don't. Sorry, and I can't really think of anything I do have that's even vaguely similar. Perfect KV5 map, wide open and 3 artillery. Yep. Gasper's Chipmunk definitely dances through the high explosive rain. Pretty sure the rain hit me in the face, unfortunately. But the flip side, it looks like we're going to win, and all the artillery died. Well, all the enemy artillery anyway. So there we go. Voila, game is over. That was the KV5. It would be nice if the you know, if I got the occasional map that was actually suitable for whatever tank I was in, but these things happen. Pretty dire match in the KV5. 414 damage done, a bit of assistance. Still made a profit though. And that's kind of the shtick of Tier 8 Premium, so yeah, I'm not going to complain too much. Let's take out the mouse. I'm in a mouse mood. I appreciate we just played a nice wide open map with lots of artillery, and that would be the very thing the mouse doesn't want, but ooh! Well, on the one hand there is a city for me to go through. On the other hand, there are 3 artillery on the enemy team, including one very big one, and I know from experience artillery can shoot into this town. So, swings and roundabouts. We'll see. But hey, look, I'm top tier. Yay! See, I made a funny. I'm a funny man. Funny, funny man. Well, that's exactly the thing. The AMX 1375 doesn't have the ammunition or the penetration to really carry games, or the shell velocity or anything like that to really carry games when it's needed. I haven't played the Bulldog. The T71 does. You can carry hard in a T71 in a way that you just can't really in a 1375. C'est la vie, I guess. But I at least found the 1375 more fun than the 1390, which I do not like one bit. I know some people do. I had this conversation with some grass last stream. He likes the 1390 and the 5100. Fair enough. I can't stand them. So, yeah, to each their own, basically. So, what is this? This is the Tier 10... sorry. Tier 10 German heavy tank, the Maus. The other one, of course, the other Tier 10 German heavy tank is the E100. And there is soon going to be a third, the VK7201 or something. So there'll be 3 tier 10 German heavy tanks in the game, and they will all be super heavies. Very slow, very lumbering, very heavily armoured, very unsuitable for some maps. But, hey. The mouse, is it any good? Not really, but it can be fun and amusing in the right situations. I still enjoy it, don't get me wrong, but I'm not kidding you or anyone else. I'm not going to lie to you and tell you that it's a good tank. It's not. It has one strength, its armour, and people can bypass that strength to a significant degree by double pressing 2 on their keyboard. So at that point it's very difficult to call the tank good. But that's not a problem unique to the mouse, that's the problem shared by all heavily armoured tanks. Or rather, tanks that rely on, like, thick, reliable armour, if you will. Those tanks that kind of rely on more RNG-based armour don't really have that same concern. It's a bit weird. Come on, little FV, you know you want to. Come on, oh, I don't want to get artilleried. There we go, T62, whatever it was. No, T54 it must have been. Yeah. You can take some pain to the face. I'll happily let you. I'm nice like that. Right. Why is there a Jagdtiger 88 in this match? Oh, because someone platooned up with some regular tier 8 TDs. Yippee. Really tempted just to push across now. Yeah, he doesn't want to eat German steel anymore. Can't really say I blame him. But, stupidly, he can double press 2 and go straight through my turret front. Because the T-54 packs 330mm of penetration with its premium heat round. Go figure. Right. Across the bridge we go. No prisoners, no mercy, and all of that jazz. And this is the mouse's top speed. 20 kilometers an hour. Doesn't go any faster. You could drop this thing out of a plane. I've no idea how you'd get it into the plane, but you could drop it out of a plane and it wouldn't go any faster. Well, this is not going to be a very exciting match, is it? Everybody's dying too quickly. On the flip side, we're going to win, so I'm not going to complain too much. But the mouse does not do cleanup very well. A little bit too pedestrian. Being overtaken by a T-30. T10, 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 T10. This guy might be AFK, but I don't really care. It's more damage. And incoming artillery in 3, 2, 1. Oh, I seem to have avoided it. Yay! Feasting on the AFK guy to try and... There we go! Which one was that? That was the super heavy spall liner, and I get hit on the front, so thickest bit of the armour, by a tier 8 artillery for over 800 damage. And I'm driving the most heavily armoured tank in the game with a super heavy spall liner. I will stop complaining about artillery, I promise, but jeez Louise. That GW is going to be sat behind like a rock or a house waiting to blat the first person who comes around the corner in the face, isn't he? One of you will die, the other one will get this sack of gold. Oh, none of them died. Fair enough. We win anyway. It's all groovy. That's true, the C-71 has now been hit in the face with the ugly stick, which is slightly annoying. Excited about the new top tier German heavies coming in the future? It's a little mini branch of 3 tanks. They're rejigging the heavies a little bit. We'll see how it goes. you can carry games with the Bulldog so hard, but as an example for the 1375... Well, that's the thing with the 1375. I'll catch you later, Martin. That's the thing with the 1375. You can talk all you want about how hard it can or can't carry games, and then you get onto the subject of the ammunition capacity, which for the French light tanks is abysmal without exception. So, go figure. Let's convert some more of these things. Convert. Shinies. Right. Again, if anyone has any preference, by all means, say what you would like me to play. If not, I'm going to make a horrible mistake and try light tanks again. And I keep trying the 13s. You know what I've forgotten to do? Put some reserves on. And I keep playing the 1390, sorry, because it's kind of the light tank I'm grinding at the moment. So, yeah. Let's have some additional free XP. Let's have some additional crew XP. And let's have some additional XP. Let's go for that one. There we go. 1390 ahoy! Do I have the Largo? No. I am at tier 2 on the Swedish line. Same for the Czechoslovakian. I have not taken them any further, so I'm afraid I do not have the Largo. And I don't know how it plays, so I'm not even sure if I could play something similar for you. Thinking of the tanks I have at tier 4, probably not. Sorry about that. Right. Tier 10 game. Yay. On an assault match on Siegfried Line. Well, at least it's not Ensk. What am I going to do? I would usually go over to the other side of the map, because I find this side a little bit awkward for light tanks. Then again, if I'm honest, I find assaulting this map in general is a little bit awkward for light tanks. Not as awkward as it is for paper TDs or artillery, but everything's awkward for artillery, so go figure. Light tanks defending this map I find it a lot more fun. But that's not an option I get, so meh. Can't I just turn traitor and be on the defending team? Oh dear. Spotted out there, Jagdtiger. If one of our 3 artillery could shoot this guy, that would be bonza. Yay! Someone shot the Jagdtiger. Poor little Tigger. And the Lorraine said he's now doing it. Oh, my voice is still not good enough for that. Okay. Let's not try that again. It was supposed to be the worms going, incoming! There we go. I'll do it again, but I really don't want to get shot for this. And I spotted T62A and someone else into the bargain. There we go. And I got none of that assistance. Really? Apparently, I guess the pattern soaked it all up. That's annoying. Well, if the pattern's just going to take all the assistance damage, there isn't really much point in me being over here. But seeing as the pattern has gone hard, let's go and give him a hand. There we go. Have some assistance, Mr. Patton. You might have stolen all of my beautiful assistance damage on that Jagdtiger, but I'll help you anyway. I'll keep you alive. It's alright. I'm a nice guy. He's not even fully upgraded, bless him. To be fair to him, he's got balls. He made the match progress. Hey! 1151 assistance damage on the IS-4 that I didn't even know I was spotting. You know what? Swings and roundabouts, isn't it? Let's be honest. Ooh! Ooh! Oh, hello. Oh, 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 oh dear. Oh, this gun. Please, please. Just... Oh, and there's stuff in the way now. And then I'm going to have to reload the magazine. God damn it. I believe... Oh, bother. Oh, and that's this gun for you. It's just... Anyway. Reloading, reloading. See if I can shiv any of these guys in the backside in 20 odd seconds time. Which way are these fellas looking? There goes the GW Tiger. Okay, no, no, no. Bounced. Broadside of a T-57 Heavy. Bounced. So like I mentioned, I think this gun is garbage. Anyway, I'll stop complaining about the 1390's gun now, seeing as I'm kind of having to play this tank a lot at the minute. Oh, 57 Heavy is down. Who is still alive? Oh, there's a T-95 over there. I wonder what way he's looking. Please tell me he's looking the other way. Yes. Oh, beautiful. Bounce, really? And that's another bounce. And this Centurion is determined to block my shot. Low damage roll. Jesus Christ. Flat rear of a T-95. Bounce, bounce, low damage roll. Oh my god. I know I said I'd stop complaining about this game, but this gun even... Jeez. Right, 2 shells left in the mag. Nope. One, 2, and I'm out of ammo. Hopefully artillery can finish the job, or someone else. There we go, he's dead. Right, that just leaves that Batchat 15558, who is somewhere. Not quite sure. Oh, there he is. There's no chance I'm going to get through to this guy. Nah. At least it was a game that didn't suck in the 1390. Oh dear. Skoda T24 again. I'm only at tier 2 with the Czechoslovakians. Apologies. Another 400k for the tier 6 Swedish medium tank. Nice. What is my favourite tier 8 premium medium? Probably either the Korean Pattern or the Panzer 58 Mutz off the top of my head. Oh, the FCM 50T is nice as well. Ah, that's technically a heavy. Ignore that one. Spent all my credits on cheap consumables. I already had my consumables, so no, I didn't have to spend mine on that. Used at least 2 million on consumables Sunday. Yep, it happens. I spent mine on the Leopard prototype as it was discounted. I love getting assists on tank I never even noticed. I just wish my teammates would shoot the ones I ping. Would keep my light spotting damage for longer. Yeah, don't like whiskey. Oh, whiskey is a thing. It's yeah, sometimes things end badly when whiskey is involved. Went to a conference. This is going back a bit, and there was a whiskey tasting session at said conference. And some people, let's say, were rather worse for wear afterwards. In fact, I was, and that was kind of because my PhD supervisor then dragged us out. I say dragged. Steadfastly encouraged us to frequent a pub afterwards, which was perhaps not the best plan. Any TDs then? Yeah, I can play TDs. Any in particular you'd like? I have TDs from every nation to varying degrees, but I can definitely play some. Now mead. Mead. Mead is a glorious thing. I don't currently have any. I might have to go and get another can of cider in a sec though. But don't currently have any mead, unfortunately. Tier 9 match? Okay, that's alright. We can work with that. Not going to rush across to the other side for reasons that I... Jeez. That I have mentioned before when getting this map in a light tank. Oh, and of course this gun doesn't do range either, so actually I might rush at least partly across to the other side. Because it's not as if this thing can snipe. Oh god, really? Seriously? Hey look, I can't do anything because my gun is still loading. Really? Oh. Ah, there we go. There we go, and the 1395 can't outdo a T-54 lightweight in close quarters combat. So this is another thing. 1390 versus the T-54 lightweight, for example. Which one is better in a close quarters fight? The T-54 lightweight. Which one is better in a long range fight? The T-54 lightweight. Which one can actually do things in the first 40 seconds of the match? The T-54 lightweight. Which one has some armour, so can actually bounce shots here or there? The T-54 lightweight. Which one is overall probably the more mobile? It could go either way. Maybe the AMX would come even on that round. Which is the sneakier one? The AMX. Every other category, the T-54 lightweight just wins flat out. Oh dear. There is a thing called Isle of Man white whiskey. Just say no, that stuff is evil. Nice. T67, yep, I can play the T67 again, that's fine. I bet you're seeing stars after that session, Chip. Strangely appropriate. Yeah, it was. It was, yes. For those of you who are not aware of my past career, I was, partly I still am, a space scientist. I did my PhD making observations of the sun. And the conference I was actually at was hosted in St Andrews for that particular year, so in Scotland, and it was the Royal Astronomical Society meeting. What am I looking for? T67. It was that evening was a lot of fun. Definitely a lot of fun. Felt terrible the next day, absolutely terrible. We got up and we were staying in the university's halls of residence. University of St Andrews, by the way, has some very nice halls of residence. Just got up and we had this breakfast, complimentary breakfast, and oh my god, I could not. All I could eat was like 2 spoonfuls of scrambled eggs. That was about it. I just felt terrible. Hadn't felt that rough in years. Right, so I played the T67 earlier this evening. We were top tier at the time. Was it on this map actually? I think it was. Yeah, it was. We were top tier at that time. We're bottom tier this time. It was an assault match last time. It's an encounter game this time. Doesn't make that much of a difference, I guess. Don't have Sixth Sense on this crew, and I don't have a camo crew either, because this crew is being skilled up to go into other tanks. They're not staying in this machine. I'm selling this thing once I've finally picked up the ace tanker in it. So yeah. Whee! Because whilst this is a very, very good tank, doesn't mean I'm a huge fan of it. It's alright, I just don't really want to keep it. Well, no, it's very, very good. I just don't really want to keep it. Come on, fellas. Nuke 'em. Nuke 'em. That's it. Nuke 'em some more. What about this fella? Oh, he's hiding behind things. That's sad. Oh, I spotted some other people. Kill the Jagdpanther. Kill it. Kill it with fire. Kill it. That's it. More killing. Ah, he's reversed himself against a wall. Oh, that's not going to do him any favours. Kill it harder. Come on, fellas. Kill it harder. Oh, come on. I don't want to shoot him. I'm enjoying my enhanced camo rating for not firing. That's it. One more. Oh, who is shooting over there with that pea shooter of a gun? Looks like the M4. Right, that's him dead. Oh. Whoa. Right, I think, have we done all of the spotting we're going to do? Probably. Let's go and make some use of ourselves somewhere else. So there we go, there's about 1,000 spotting damage to kick proceedings off with. Not too shabby. And the T-67 is fast enough to do stuff like that, which is nice. Now we have to ponder what else it is we're going to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That leaves 2 who are not spotted. One of them will be the artillery. Whoa, there's the IS, okay. Whoa, no. We don't want to get wrecked by that guy. I should probably actually pay attention to where I'm driving rather than just going, oh god, I need to get away from the IS. He can kill me in one shot, which is a little bit disconcerting. So I'm only going to pull out when he's fired. Okay, let's get out of here. I might actually blitz through and see if I can find their artillery. Nah, I don't think I'm going to come across anyone else, so why the hell not? This is where the FV304 derps me in the face and I die, of course. But, you know, in for a penny, in for a pound. If a job's worth doing, it's worth doing properly. Or, if a job's worth messing up, it's worth messing up properly. Now, oh, got some spotting damage, sweet. The FV304 is a relatively short-ranged artillery piece, and I've got shots into the flank of an IS-2. Okay, that changes things a little bit. Let's not be there anymore. Okay, fair enough. Well, my little adventure came to an end as the IS-2 just snapshotted me to death. Never mind. Well, that's the T-67. Our previous game went a bit better, but to be fair, we got like 950 assistance damage as well, so it's not as if that ended up being a bad game. 1390 match was a defeat. Oh, yeah, this one. The one where the 1390 showed how inferior it is to the T-54 lightweight. Medium wine glass. Stuff that, I'll have a pint. I say, stout yeoman of the bar, give me the finest mead mankind has to offer and a comely large-bosomed serving wench. Actually, we went to a beer and cider festival, this is going back a few years now, and they had some really nice mead that was being sold there. Moniac. Was it Moniac? M-O-N-I-A-K, for anyone who's interested. It might be a C at the end instead of the K, can't quite remember. It's from Scotland, it's lovely. Medium wine glasses, stuff that, I'll have a pint. Did you buy the Kruppstreier Waffenträger? Yes, I did. And actually, I may even have a gun rammer to put in it. If I've got a spare gun rammer that I can fit to it, then I'll play it for you. Were you mauled to death by a T-54 light car? Yeah. In a 1.5 litre Stone Stein. I was bounced repeatedly off a wall by an angry drunk, oh dear. Luckily I was a floppy drunk, so no harm done. I'm not even going to ask. Yes, no old floppy Tic Tac. Very good. Happy New Year, comrade. Those bunker have the slits in them that you can fire through. Still remember blind shooting this unit and got a kill moments later after his fuel tanks burned. Called me a hacker. Nice one. T-67, my favourite go-to tank when everything else fails. Yeah. Mead should be served in flagons. Moniac is the best stuff, yes. I bought it as well. Big mistake. I haven't played it yet. So, let's see if I've got a spare gun rammer. And if I have... Oh, speak of the devil. Right. And yes, we have also made homemade mead, I feel I should point out. Which was very nice. Okay, so sent to barracks. I'm going to have to do this really laboriously, aren't I? Because I'm currently running short on barrack space. So, Jagdpanther crew is going to get a bit of training here. Right. I'm just going to quickly disappear and go and grab some more drink. And then I will play the Kruppstreier Waffenträger. This was the Tier 7 premium, or is the Tier 7 premium German tank destroyer that was available on Christmas Eve, I think it was, and they then made it available subsequently for a little while. I haven't played it. From what I've seen, it looks rather underwhelming, but I could be wrong. Either way, I'm just going to go and quickly grab a drink, and then I'll be back, and then I shall play it for you, so I'll see you in a sec. Okay, I am prepared with a little bit more drink. And we'll see what happens. Did they ban proper mead in the UK, the stuff that makes you go blind? Not as far as I'm aware. Warning, it's slow. It does look a bit ponderous. Or was that absinthe? It was probably absinthe. I didn't think they'd banned it, though. Yeah, I think Loki's just saying they've put in regulations about what you can and can't have in it. But I don't think it's actually banned. Certainly not in this country anyway, I don't think. Only thing I got off the advent calendar was the Fury. Couldn't resist it being an Easy 8 fanboy. Yeah, the only reason I haven't bought the Fury is that I already own an Easy 8. But then I bought the Cromwell Berlin when I already owned a Cromwell, so go figure. Yeah, I mean, absinthe, as Loki's saying, absinthe is used in cocktails. So, yeah. Play the Easy 8 next, it's one of my favourites. I will do. Had some of the neutered stuff with the power promptly puked over the Witherspoon's carpet. Strayer is kind of bad, really hope for something better. Absinthe is sold without the wormwood. Okay, fair enough. Right, so, things to remember. Firstly, let's fiddle with this ammo loadout. 2 HE is probably enough. I'm gonna go for 5 APCR, although this is the long 88 from the Tiger and Tiger 2, isn't it? The APCR ammo's kind of naff. But there we go, that'll probably do. Hang on. There we go. Is this the long 88? Yeah. Long 88. So, I guess here's my question. This will be interesting to find out. This is a tier 7 machine with a long 88mm gun and turret. Do you know what else is a tier 7 machine with the long 88 and a turret? The Tiger. Now, it will be interesting to see how this compares. I assume, I hope, the gun is better, because otherwise what the hell is the point? But we shall see. Yep, I remembered consumables this time. I brought the Bromwell and sold the Cromwell, but passed on the Fury. I did the same thing. So, I'm playing the Kruppstreier Waffenträger. I believe it gets 8 degrees of gun depression all round, apart from over those little kind of front, right and left lady bumps, thingamajiggies. 240 alpha, 203 pen. The APCR pen only goes up to 237, so the APCR honestly is kind of rubbish. I can't think of many situations in which I would want to use it, but there we go. We're going to try this out. Now, bear in mind, my German TD crews don't have Sixth Sense yet, because I kept the Jagdpanzer 4, so it meant I needed a new crew for the Jagdpanther, so yeah. So this is my Jagdpanther crew. We'll see how this pans. So the turret actually turns faster than I was expecting for a TD, and good God, you weren't kidding, it is slow. Damn! This engine is weedy! Helpful, Mr. SU-100, helpful. Oh dear, okay. Now, spoiler alert, I don't like the Tiger. So it'll be interesting to see if I like this thing or not. Oh God. Maybe, oh dear, this is, okay. This is not setting a good first impression, let's put it that way. Now, can I actually shoot anything? No. They're all being, oh wait a minute. That was terrible, I should have let it more. It's difficult to lead those really thin shots. Okay, that's not working. Can I shoot the T-150? I mean, having the turret is nice, don't get me wrong. But a Tiger also has a turret. And twice the hit points. And some armour. I believe, certainly how it looks, but I believe this thing's armour is absolutely woeful. Usually anything called Waffenträger has terrible armour. Probably HE penetration levels of terrible. 8 degrees of gun depression isn't bad, but it's not sublime either. Come on, Mr. VK, come on. Can I shoot any of you? Oh, my team's dying. No, you're all in the town already. Okay. With that in mind, let's try this. How fast can it go going downhill? .43 is not fantastic. On the one hand, we're 1-4. On the other hand, I'm a top tier tank and I haven't done anything yet, so I can't really criticise too much. Oh God, and going uphill, Jesus. The camo on this thing had better be godlike. The problem is that means it's a boring campy TD and they're the sort I generally don't really like. Hadouken, come on, you can do it. Right. Have we reached the point yet where we can shoot this IS? Or anyone? The scoreline is 1-8. I mean, seriously. I've probably just been spotted. Yep. Which means I'm going to take all of the damage in the world ever. Oh, God. Okay. This is awkward. So, I've lost all my health. I've done very little damage. I mean, the team sucked, but I also sucked. It just takes so long to try and get into any kind of position. I mean, look at this. I'm trundling along at 18 kilometers an hour. 18. For something this slow, I would usually expect to have some armor or a dirty, great, big stonking gun. We just lost by cap. My God, this thing. Ugh. Maybe they should call it the Crapstrayer Waffenträger. I mean, geez Louise. Oh, right. Worse DPM, slightly better soft stats. The problem with going stealth mode is that there are times when that doesn't work anymore. You can't go stealth mode. And if you're going to go stealth mode, you need to have the mobility to back it up so that you can find another position from which to shoot people from. And if you don't have the mobility, you can't go stealth mode. It's not really an option. Get out and push. The AC4 is faster. TOG is faster, yeah. Hello, Snow. It's even slower than the Duck. I think it is Engorged Nipples up front with limit gun depression. Yeah, it was a terrible game, but improved milk production. I'm gonna play it again. Then I will play the tank that people actually require. Oh my God, that was a terrible team, including me. Right, let's have a quick look. Firepower. What is the DPM on this thing like? With my current setup, 2,318. Okay, remember that number. My current DPM on the Jagdpanzer 4 at tier 6 is 2,800. Okay. Does this thing have a gun rammer? Alright, this Scorpion doesn't even have a gun rammer. It has 2,400 DPM and higher alpha damage. So it doesn't actually have good DPM. Right, 2,300. Let's compare that to some medium tanks. Tier 7. And let's see how it fares. Tier 7 medium tanks. Let's get rid of the German qualification. I have 4 tier 7 medium tanks. T43 has 2,370 DPM, so it has slightly more DPM than the T43. Panther M10 has 2,100, but this thing has bad DPM. Panther has 2,182, also has bad DPM. Comet has 2,496. So the Comet has better DPM. Alright. Let's have a look at other tank destroyers at tier 7. Oh, I have quite a lot of them apparently. T25AT. Bear in mind this is without a gun rammer. 2201. Put a gun rammer on. That DPM would go up to over 2,400. And it's a 105mm gun, so it hits for 320. Jagdpanther. 2,700. E25. Over 3,000. SU-124. 12244. 3,500. Scorpion. 2.1. That's kind of weedy, I'm not going to lie. Concept, 2.3. AT-15A, 2.4. 2.4, but this is stock and barely even counts. AT-7, yeah, this also doesn't really count. I haven't got the top configuration. So, the DPM is actually pretty not just naff. Okay. What are the gun stats? It's accurate, with a good aim time, but of course it's a turreted TD, so the soft stats will completely screw that over. Look at the armour. 20, 10, 8. HE rounds are going to wreck it. Okay. Holy... It has less than 10 horsepower per ton. It's got a 140 horsepower engine. Why would you do that? It's kind of sneaky. Oh my God. I'm going to try it once more. Oh. I didn't look at this tank very much before buying it. I just thought, oh, it looks cool, and I had some money. I was buying myself a Christmas present. I thought, oh, hey, look, Kruppstreier Waffenträger. Why not? Well, now apparently I have reasons why not. Alright, oh god, I hate this map. Abbey, the original corridor garbage fest. Okay. This is probably going to be a terrible game, just to warn you. Actually, I wanted to compare the DPM with the Tiger. If the Tiger has DPM, better DPM than this, and I don't like the Tiger for the record, but if the Tiger has better DPM than this, then this thing is truly useless. Come on, you can do it. I believe in you. I believe in the heart of the cards. I apologise for the Yu-Gi-Oh reference. Right. Time for boring bush mode engagement thing. T71, get out of the damn way. There we go. I put one into the 1375. I have a 6.21 second reload. I only had his turret shootout. I should have held my fire until I had something squishier. Whoa, oh, okay, no, I just passed over a nipple. Nope, anti-gun depression nipples have been deployed. Nope. Okay, they're going to get really annoying really quickly. Right, let's try this. Okay. Hopefully this gets around my nipple-related problems. That one missed. Which is slightly annoying. Scoreline is 1-3. It's not a particularly good start. Nope, can't shoot them. 110, nope. Oh, come on, gun. Jesus Christ. This gun is not as accurate as advertised because it's a turreted tank destroyer and the soft stats always mess you up every single time. Oh, he's dead. They didn't push through the 8-9 lines at all, so we are at their base, eating their cookies. Okay, I'm alright with that aspect of things. I'm now useless, so I'm going to have to go somewhere else. So, after all that, I put in one damaging shot by the look of it. That was disappointing. This gun is not up to snuff. Scoreline is even. I'm going to see if I can take the central Abbey region. Our team is dying now. Oh dear. Getting absolutely murdered. Just because you can get to the enemy's base, guys, doesn't mean you should. The reason that pushing down the 8 and 9 lines is not the best plan on this map. The 1 and 2 and 3 lines are way more important. Oh, well, never mind. Right. Oh, I don't have Sixth Sense, so I have actually probably been spotted. In fact, I have almost certainly been spotted now. And I'm just gonna die, aren't I? Yep. Oh. So, okay, that was what happens when the Kruppstreier Waffenträger tries to go up a small incline. Its speed reduces to nothing. Just terrible. Absolutely terrible. Right. Because the last German premium TD that Wargaming introduced had this problem as well. Well, not that specific problem, but the oh, the K-pop Panther. What was it called? I can't remember what it was called, but it was garbage. Kanonen Jagdpanzer. That's the one. I didn't buy it because I looked at it and thought, hell no. Right, okay, so 2300 DPM basically. Where is the Tiger? And bear in mind I do not have a gun rammer on my Tiger. Tiger. DPM 2200. Okay, so DPM. Let's return the crew to it. DPM is, with the Tiger, 2150. That's not with a 100% crew, and I haven't got a gun rammer on it. So if I put a gun rammer on it, that whacks another 200 DPM on, because I've got a gun rammer on the Klipstreuer Waffenträger, and suddenly the Tiger has the same DPM as the Waffenträger. So, what are you actually getting with the waffle thrower? I don't understand. You have the same gun, which has on paper better accuracy and aim time, but that's screwed over by the fact you're playing a turreted TD and they always have garbage gun handling stats. You've got the same DPM as a Tiger 1, you've got half the health, no armour, you've got good camo. Well, whoop-de-doop, on most of the maps in this game now, camo's irrelevant. So why would you ever? It is even slower. What's the power to weight ratio on the Tiger? 12. Why would you ever play the Waffenträger when you could just play the Tiger? I had not really looked at this in much detail. My God, it's terrible. Good God. Wow. Nipples are... Yes, Mac, nipples are indeed effective against depression. So, I just don't understand. If an MT25 with 37mm autocannon gets close to that thing, it will turn it... Oh, hell yeah. Anything will turn it into Swiss cheese. Yeah, the box was indeed better than the present. I only play it with a 4-skill crew, brothers in arms and full camo on all the crew. Unfortunately, I don't have such a crew for my German tank destroyers. I always get a kitten to lick mine when I feel play. Oh, God. Yeah, the speed really does... The problem with adding 105 octane to it is that it's a percentage buff. An extra 5 or 10% of rubbish is still bad. Do you have a big tank other than the mouse? I've got the... if you mean by big tank, if you mean tier 10, I've got the mouse, the M48 pattern, and the Centurion Action X. If you mean heavily armoured, sure, I've got like the KV4, for example, Jagdtiger 88. You're getting the wargaming satisfied customer experience. The Japanese are bigger. Are they as long? Not sure about length. They do have... The TOG is the longest tank in the game, I know about that. The Su-14-2 is the same dimensions as the mouse. The KV-5 was a wonder to behold before the big C. Nips. Yeah. Okay, I said I would play a tank. I can't remember what it was before playing the Krappenträger again. What was it? Oh, the Easy 8. So, okay, if anyone ever gets the opportunity, just a little bit of advice, do not buy the Klipstreuer Waffenträger. It is garbage. Like, utter garbage. To the point that I don't even understand why it was introduced to the game in that format. I just don't get it. Easy 8, there we go. Here's a tank that isn't garbage. Gotta go, good luck on stream, really enjoy your vids and you're glad you like the British accent, and have a good evening, take care of yourself, I'll see you a bit later. Thank you for popping along, by the way. It's always nice to see people turn up. Right. Oh, we're top tier, good lord. Okay. Let's play a proper tank, rather than that garbage. I'll play the garbage more at some point, and get a more well-rounded opinion of just how bad it is, but... Jeez Louise. Right, where am I going? Let's go this way. So here is my Easy 8 Sherman. I was going to say you can see I kind of like it because I've got 2 marks of excellence, but then it occurred to me there are a number of tanks I own or have owned that have 2 marks of excellence that I don't even like. So that's not actually a particularly good judge. But I do like this thing. This is the American Tier 6 medium tank. I use the 76mm Pew Pew with it. Some people, I think this was more common before the heat ammo got nerfed. Some people did use the 105 derp gun. I'm, with a few notable exceptions, KB2, I'm looking at you, I'm not really a derp gun fan. So I'm using the Pew Pew. And who's actually coming over here with me? We've got T-34 and an OI experimental. Okay. Hello, Mr. Lux. I got spotted. That makes me a sad panda. Oh, Lux is going down to play with the Covenant and the T-34. And he has another little Lux friend. Ah, there's a platoon of cuteness. Great. Let's put them out of their miseries. Excuse me, I am about to engage in a spot of puppy kicking. And I make no apologies for this whatsoever. Why? Because it's funny. I tracked him. I missed him, but tracked him. Go figure. Well, there's one puppy down. Don't ram him! That's uncouth! You swine! You dastardly fiend, sir! How dare you ram that poor fellow? I was trying not to go into the capture circle, so they knew we were here anyway, let's be honest, it didn't really matter. Right, onwards and upwards. Right, I have kicked one poor adorable little Lux. Is that... It's another cat, I think. Isn't it Lynx or something? My German isn't really up to snuff, apologies. Speaking of adorable kitties, I saw a video where, I don't know if you've seen him, there's on YouTube, there's a guy who does stupid stuff with animals, basically. Like, I know, I'm going to get a bullet ant to sting me. What can possibly go wrong? It will hurt a lot. Anyway, I digress. He found... My god, this game is just a steam bomb. He found a... he was ambushed while walking along by an ocelot. It was so cute. Like, just... Baby ocelot, it was just so unbearably adorable. And I'm bouncing things, which is quite funny. The armour on this tank, I mean, it's not really the main selling point, but it's good enough to get bounces here or there, which can be quite funny. Good on the move accuracy, and I'll reload before you do, matey boy, old chum. Whoa, okay. What the hell gun does that thing get? And it bounced me, which didn't help. It's only a tier 5. I know it's a tank destroyer, but it's only tier 5. Jesus Christ. It ripped me a new one. No, I want the artillery. Yes! Artillery successfully secured. There we go. All praise the mighty Shermanator. Love that tank. Must watch this one first. Except me popping up, I cause traumatic kitten imagery. Oh, let's not go there. Pew pew, indeed. Got to pop off, work shift over. Best of luck for the rest of the stream. Thanks very much, Bionic. Yeah, I have work tomorrow as well. It's very sad. I don't like derp guns either, too inconsistent. Yeah, kind of works on the T49. Not play the T49, I don't know. I hope it does. Except the KV2. The thing is, the KV2 is consistent. The gun is big enough that you don't even have to hit the thing. You just blat it in their general direction and half their health falls off. The Leo died happy. Face full of Jap jugs. Oh dear. He knew it was... Yeah, you must have seen it coming. Okay, the 103 has a heat-only howitzer. Oh. Oh. I see. I remember Terry Nutkins. He raised a family of otters. He was a big hit over 2 series on the BBC. Unfortunately, he had 1 finger bitten off each series. Yeah, they didn't do a 3rd. Yeah. There we go. Not a particularly spectacular game, but fun. Well done to the T150 for blatting them in the face. Let's have a quick look at this Swedish Tier 5 blat machine. Where is it? Brain, do something useful. There's the Swedish tech tree. Right. Tier 5 tank destroyer. Get a choice of 2 guns. Isn't I? Oh, I see. Okay. Now, to be oh, that's interesting. So, just for the sake of argument, here's the top gun on the 103. I'm going to switch now, just to show you the comparison. Another Tier 5 tank destroyer that gets to use a derp gun. Let's bring up the Stug. And let's bring up its howitzer. Now, obviously the Stug... So basically, if you look at the middle line here, then you're comparing heat ammo with heat ammo. So the Stug gets 104 pen and 350 alpha. The Swedish machine gets 120 pen, 300 alpha. Worse aim time, better fully aimed accuracy. Premium rounds bump that penetration up a bit. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Good to know. I have not really looked at the Swedish tech trees that much. I'm kind of looking at them occasionally when I come across something and think, oh my god, what the hell was that? How did it just do that? What? You know, that sort of thing. And then looking at the tech tree and going, it can do what? That was kind of my response to the top tier autoloaders having armour. Series 11 could have been scary, indeed it could. You went for the hygienic option. Right, that was the Sherman. Did someone ask for something else? Or is my mind making that up? If there's any... Oh, hang on. I think I just went past it. I can't remember. If there's any other tank that people have asked for that I haven't played, just yell at me and I'll get round to playing it. My memory is a bit naff. I do own an Indian Panzer. Oh, okay, hang on. I hated the 103, the tier 6s. Okay, alright, and hiya Loki, by the way. M10. Do you mean the Wolverine or the Panther M10? I don't currently own a Wolverine, the American TD. I can play the Panther M10 if you want. You just want an S tank. The tier 10, yeah. I do... The Panther, that's fine, I can play that. I do have an Indian Panzer, but I have played it so much as of late. I'm not really sure if I want to play it anymore. It's not a machine I'm a massive fan of, if I'm going to be honest. You did ask for the Panther M10. Sentinel, yeah, I'm going to have to get the equipment together at some point on that. Right, here's my Panther crew in the Panther M10. Tier 7 premium medium tank. Gets limited matchmaking, so it doesn't see tier 9s. And as it turns out, we're top tier in this game, which is nice. So, basically think of the Panther M10 as a stock Panther that doesn't see tier 9 games. It's actually slightly more agile, I think, than the regular Panther, but you've got the same L70 75mm gun that you use on the VK3002M, the Stug 3G, the E25, blah 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 blah. On the M10, however, it gets a pretty dodgy rate of fire. So, there's that. I have actually got a review of this machine coming up in the not too distant future, when I eventually get round to recording it. I've got the gameplay done. I just need to record the actual review itself. So, where are people gonna go? I will happily go into the forest and beat my way through if there's going to be other people doing likewise. We don't have a top tier heavy tank, so we're going to have to bushwhack that IS-7 in the face. Okay, we're doing this. That's fine. Now, I like the Panther tanks, I will be honest. I like the Panther. I quite like the Panther M10, though I prefer the regular Panther. I kind of like the Jagdpanther. I don't know. I like the aesthetics. I like the gameplay. I just like the Panthers. I'm not a Tiger fan, I'm a Panther man. What can I say? There's a big cat for everyone, I guess. No, no, no. Loki's being uncouth. No, no, no pussy jokes. No, 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 no. Bad. There goes our ELC. Looks like these guys are pushing through, so let's do something about it. Nice things about the Panthers at tier 7 is that when you are top tier, you have just enough armour to kind of play a little bit like a heavy tank. Okay, that Churchill's getting wrecked. And he is done. I'm going to get myself into the next set of undulations. I don't want to get a rectal ELC. Yeah, I got spotted. Blah, blah, blah. And he's getting wrecked by Churchill Gun Carrier. It's a fun tank. Someone obsessed with making me play that several times last stream. The problem is, if I pop over this ridge, I'm going to expose myself to being shot at by all of those bad guys, which is something I don't really want to do. So I'm kind of playing this a bit like a pussycat. Let's see what I did there. I am so witty. Don't you sigh in the background. Oh. If he's going to shoot someone else. T25AT, it's actually not a bad machine. It's not as bad as I at first thought, well, when I first played it. But it doesn't have masses of armour. So there we go, that's him dealt with. The dream is real, the dream is real, the dream is real. If I can find him. There we go, there's one shot him. He's done. I should probably be angling my tank the other way, because if memory serves, it's the left-hand side of the hull that the Panther keeps its ammo rack. Way, badoing! Stop shooting me, you bastards. Oh, I see, it's like that, is it? Okay. This might hurt. Oh, hit, for goodness sake! You're supposed to actually hit the guy. This could hurt. Right, that's that ELC dealt with. Now, the gun depression on this tank is alright, but not fantastic. While the Churchill gun carrier is not a particularly great machine, and it's currently on the move, so I should be relatively safe to move up, its gun is good enough to give me some problems. He is done. Damn it, that's a Panther. Oh, well done, Panzer 25T. Panzer T25. I didn't think you had the pen for that. Nicely done. Hopefully we should still win that. Oh, we won it by cap. That's fine. So the Panther M10 is not an especially great machine, but I do actually quite like it. Came second on our team. Top by damage done. Congratulations to this Panzer T25. on his team, when bottom tier, don't forget, he came top in terms of damage and XP. So, and got a Leverschleier's medal, or however you pronounce it, for killing higher tier tanks. So well done to him. Good effort. Good effort. Profitability, bearing in mind that I run a standard account, 34,500 credits, 55 profit with a premium account for a 4.5 minute match. So I like the Panther M10. I must confess, I do quite like it. Yup. What could be fun with a pick random tank option? You don't know what you get until battle starts. I think that could be quite amusing. How did I get to it? The Indian Panzer. I went through... I've actually been through both methods, if you have a look at the tech tree. I got to the Indian Panzer... Technically... Well, where is it? I technically got to it through the mediums, so the VK3002D, 3001D, etc. Got reviews of all three of those tanks, Panzer III, IV, and the two VKs on my channel. I have also played the light tank line, though. It's just not how I unlocked the Indian Panzer. Obviously I used the Spa Panzer 1C to unlock the RU. No, I didn't. That's a lie. I didn't use the Spa Panzer 1C to unlock the RU. I played before the SP1C was in the game. It was the Aufklärungs Panzer Panther. I unlocked the RU251 with that. Then they swapped it out for the Spice Panzer. So yeah, I got to it through the mediums. Could I play the T44-100? I'm not sure. Let me have a look. I own one, but I don't think it's got any equipment at the moment. No. What I will do... I'm not going to play the T44-100 because it has no equipment and it will just be painful. What I will do instead, if that's alright, is play the T54 Mod 1. It's basically got a worse gun, better armour, a bit more sluggish than the 44-100. Who needs pussy jokes when Korga comments are on offer? That's true. That is very, very true. Did I get to the Indian Panzer through the VK or the light tanks? VK, as I said. Their Churchill gun carrier who's doing well, you need to play that. Fine, I will play the Churchill gun carrier. Yeah. The low tier British light TDs, sorry, are actually quite good fun. You're much better playing those than going through the Churchill gun crap. And I liked the VK3002D as well. Not as flexible as I'd have liked it to be, but it was actually good fun. So, I will play the T54 Mod 1, just because it's kind of like the 44-100, and I don't want to play my 44-100 at the moment. And then I'll play the Churchill gun carrier, you sadistic sons of Groxes. So for the 44-100, just bear in mind, the armour isn't as good as this tank, but the gun is better, and the mobility is a little bit better. Once I've got equipment for my 44-100, then I will play it. So I'm waiting for an equipment sale. But I spent all my credits on the Leopard prototype at the time. 3 mil credits or something. So it was on discount. I tend not to buy tanks unless they're discounted, because I'm cheap. So, assault on Erlenberg. We are on the attacking team. So, let's get down to business to defeat the Hun. Yes, Disney reference. So this is the Tier 8 Russian, or Soviet, whatever, premium medium tank T54 first prototype, or T54 Mod 1. It's not a bad tank. It has a few problems. Really suffers in Tier 10 games, because its advantage, if you will, the armour, becomes much less relevant, and the cruddy gun, dubious mobility and shoddy view range start really being problematic. Come on, suckers. I'm not hanging around all day for this. But you can see I've got a couple of bounces so far. And when top tier, this thing is quite good at bullying the hell out of its opponents. One big disadvantage it does have is the ammunition supply is really rather limited. If you have a look at the number of rounds I got, you don't get many. So that's something to bear in mind. That you want to be careful of. Ooh, there's a waffle thrower up there. Our CDC is taking a bit of a battering. And that T-32 is getting wrecked, but our SU-122-44 just died, so meh. Perhaps not. That's it, T-32, you back off. That's right. I've got TD support. Nah. Nah, Nicky, nah, nah. Whoa, kill the mill. Kill it with fire. It's got a big scary gun. That's it, boys. Kill it harder. Harder. Good artillery. Right, who's next? Oh, there's a waffle thrower back there as well. That's it. Kill him. Kill him. Good boys. Good boys. Track the guy in place. Probably he's used a repair kit to repair that. Yep. So he's now down a repair kit. I'll trade one of my AP shells for his repair kit any day of the week. Almost any day of the week. Still got this T-32 around the corner. Would really like him to die. Artillery is still trying to wreck me because there's 3 artillery on the enemy team. It would be really nice now if our tank destroyers moved up, because we're getting to the stage of the battle where their current position is not colossally useful. Come on, artillery, do me proud. Don't really want to poke up there too much because I know there's that waffle thrower around. But, having said that... Oh, hello. You've been running through my mind all game, mate. Oh, it's only his gun. Bounced on the E25. Alright, the waffle thrower is down. T-32 is still up though. Just a little bit awkward. Really like to take out that artillery if I possibly can. There we go. And this is where the armour does come into play. Oh, missed, because this gun is a bit dodgy. There we go. One more shell to take this fellow out. There we go. And that's him down. So, as I say, remember, if you were playing the T-44-100, you wouldn't have as much armour as this, but you'd be a bit faster and your gun would be more reliable. It's the same gun, basically, but it's a better version of that gun. Basically, if you're top tier, I think the T-54 Mod 1 is probably better. If you're bottom tier, T-44-100 is probably better. But the overall play style is not going to be massively dissimilar. It's just when top tier you can't be quite as aggressive with it. Right. 2 artillery remaining. There's a TD. There'll almost certainly be a TD in those bushes back there. Oh. Oh! Oh, look at the scum pigs run. Go on, matey boys. Run, you little blighters, run. Sure. You want a Brothers in Arms medal? I'm totally okay with that. Oh. Oh, hello, little tier 6 TD. You think you're quite something, don't you? Badoing. Goodbye. This is actually one of the better T-54 Mod 1 games I've had. So thank you for asking for the T-44-100 and making me play this. Still... Ouch! There's still that artillery around. I'm going to find him and I'm going to shove this 100mm gun so far down his throat it comes out of his bottom. There's the Jackson. Where is this little arty? I'm not switching to HE because British artillery from tier 8 and upwards have an irritating habit of actually having enough armour to shrug off high explosive rounds. Right, Jackson is down. That just leaves the artillery. He's scuttled off and should be reloading. Oh, there you are. Now, come on. Mine. No! Bounced. No. He's mine. Damn it. Didn't quite pick him up. Never mind. 4 kills. Not too shabby. Oh, and the AMX said good job. Fair enough. Second class mastery. Okay. That was one of those games where you look at the matchmaking, you go, you know what? I can afford to be aggressive with this tank, and so you hold down W and you're aggressive. Like right at the beginning, the AMX was taking damage. So he'd already said, we'll be rushing castle. I'd said yes. He was taking damage. I have more armor, so I went in, and he could come up behind me. And that worked out fine. There we go. Oh, AMX actually ended up outdoing me in terms of experience. God damn it. If only I'd nailed that artillery at the end. Never mind. But 2,042 damage. 1,950 blocked by our armour. 1,591 assistance. 46,500 credits with a standard account. That would have been 75,000. That's profit with a premium account. Steel Wool, Brothers in Arms from that nice little dynamic platoon, and a bunch of ribbons. Ended up being a pretty nice game, actually. What was next? Now we need to get him into Chinese heavies. I have some marshmallows that need toasting. I've got, well, so I've got the 112. Of course, I put a review up of that, and Wargaming changed it pretty much the day after I'd done so. I got the WZ-111, but that doesn't really have fire problems. That has an ammo rack instead. WZ-111 1-4 I've got, but I haven't trained my crew to it, and I'm not playing it yet. But I could play the WZ-111 if you wanted. Cheap? No, you are thrifty. Well, thank you very much. As far as I'm concerned, the Churchill gun carrier is just a hideous monstrosity that increases the amount of XP needed to elite my Churchill 1 by 49,000. The reason for that evil genius is because it's a hideous monstrosity that increases the amount of XP needed to elite your Churchill 1 by 49,000. It's a god-awful machine. The Churchill 1 is alright to play, though. Nice push, lots of aggression. Dynamic platoon with RT, I'm betting Chip gets TK'd. Yeah, probably. GG, I watched your review. Cool. Hope you find the reviews useful. Next, I believe the Churchill gun carrier was asked for by a particular sadist whose name will not be mentioned. Oh, every time I'm asked to play this hunk of junk. Right. Here we go. You guys just like inflicting pain, you're mean. So, Churchill gun carrier. What's wrong with it? Everything. What's right with it? Not a fat lot. It's slow, has no armour. The gun arc is terrible. The gun depression's good, but because the gun is mounted so low down in the hull, they can shoot you long before you can shoot them. In fact, it might be Watt Blitz, I'm not quite sure. They've actually given this thing some frontal armour to make it not suck so much. And then it actually functions as a still rubbish, but usable assault gun. In the PC version, it's just a ghastly, camperific piece of garbage. Anyway, the upside is that you get good penetration with the gun. 214. There we go. There's the plus. Gun depression and gun penetration. Everything else about the tank is pretty terrible. In fact, honestly, this 32 pounder is an underused gun. It's only really used on this, and it's the stock gun on the Tortoise, but everyone's always got the 20 pounders unlocked, so they use those instead. So, meh. I think if they put, I don't know, you could put this gun on the Black Prince, and that would make it a more viable machine, or you could up the alpha damage to around 300, and it would fill a kind of alpha damage gap in the British tech tree. Because at the moment, on the British tech tree, you've got the 20 pounders with 230 alpha, this thing with 250, but this isn't ever used, so it doesn't really count. And then nothing until you get to the 105s with 390 alpha. There's nothing in between. It's a bit jarring, whereas most of the other tech trees have like a 300 or a 320 alpha, like 100 or 105mm gun. This just doesn't get that. So I think they could make a much better use of the 105, of the 32 pounder. Just my 2 cents, of course. Even if they didn't up the alpha damage of it, they could still get much better use out of it. There's no artillery in this match, which is very good for me, by the way. Hey, I've finally made it up the hill. I'm going to get into the fight. We're going to shoot some stuff. That is the plan. Come on. Come on, little T-28. I'm not going to hurt. No, VK, don't block my shot. God damn you. Why you do this to me? It's taking me so long to get up here. Right, let's do something about this Chinukai then. And then we're actually going to have to look at base and see how that's doing. Oh, the Chinukai's dropped down. That's annoying. And that's what I mean. He can shoot me long before I can shoot him. Because you have all this space above the gun. It's kind of frustrating. So having driven all the way over here, I'm now going to have to drive all the way back. Well, actually, I might just stay up here. Let's see if I can shoot the OI experimental. Oh, he's dead. Okay, there's an OI over here as well. I only just got here. God damn it. Right, time to go all the way back again. We need to shoot up this OI. There's an ELC who also needs to die. Ooh. Vantage point. This gun. You've got an OI. It's one of the biggest tanks in the game. Giant flat sides to shoot at. And the shot misses those giant flat sides and hits it on the frontal plate. I mean, jeez. And now I have to go all the way back to the enemy base again. My God. Welcome to the world of the Churchill gun carrier. At least I'm not dead. Small mercies and all that. Mr. Cromwell, if you deserve 6 kills, you will get 6 kills. If you don't get them, you don't deserve them. Sorry. That's my opinion. You get what you deserve and deserve what you get. Not that my opinion matters in the slightest here, of course. I'm never going to get in a position to alter it or anything, or pick up any more kills or damage. Or am I? Oh, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, It was worth a go. But no, the Cromwell should wreck him now. Oh, T-150 got him. There we go. Game's over. Oh, good. Good. Never have so many been so cruel to so few. The Churchill gun carrier is a good idea on paper, lousy idea on the battlefield. But they did buff the 88mm guns. They did buff the penetration on the 88s, that's true. Remember I had to kill one to get the ribbon for killing all tanks, TDs, etc. Came across one in my LT-29, nearly shot myself, yeah. I soon rallied and mullered it. This is not a TD. This is a Marks and Spencer hunk of junk TD. It's like trying to be a heavy and a TD at the same time. with using all the bad parts of each type. Thing you have to remember is that the Churchill gun carrier actually gets about 80mm of frontal armour. It's comparable frontal armour to the Churchill Mark 1. Food for thought. And so, in that sense, if you were actually to implement this thing in real life, you'd be looking at something with 88mm of frontal armour, which would shrug off pretty much anything short of 88mm for the time in the Second World War. It would have shrugged off anything kind of short of 88mm guns. Maybe 75 and 88mm guns. Basically dedicated anti-tank guns. Everything else would have just bounced off. You have a 32-pounder gun, which would have been a very powerful gun for the time. It's just 88mm of flat armour at tier 6 in World of Tanks might as well not be there. It's pathetic. But there we go, them's the breaks. What did people ask for next? It's like trying to be a... Yes. Always, though, it looked like a boiler retrofitted with a gun. All British tanks are boiling vessels fitted with guns, that is true. Just an overspec kettle. Why do you still have the GC? Are you grinding, or just like the... I'm trying to ace the damn thing. I am not paying for sins. I hope I'm not paying for sins in a previous life. I'm just trying to get the goddamned ace. Once I've got that, I'm done with it. It is gone. It is dead to me. But just trying to get that ace. What was the next thing people actually asked for? Okay, I played the Churchill gun carrier, that hideous piece of junk. Chinese heavies. Okay. Let's go fly a kite. WZ-111, there we go. I've got skills for my crews. Good lord. You can have brothers in arms. I'm too cheap to retrain crews, I can't be bothered. Yeah, let's go for a brothers in arms setup. That's fine. This is my 110 crew. There we are, let's go again. Off we go. WZ-111. Another can bites the dust. So, WZ-111 was a machine that was given away for Christmas 2 years ago. I say given away, there was a marathon grind mission at Christmas 2 years ago to get it. Because I'd moved at the time, I wasn't able to get it, but they did the mission again because it was clearly so popular the first time round. Spoiler alert, it wasn't. And I got it then. So there's this and the 112, of course, are the two Chinese premium heavy tanks. They buffed the 112. This is apparently now due to get a buff to try and keep it in line, because they buffed the 112 really quite significantly. Removed the frontal fuel tank, buffed the lower plate armour. I think they buffed the side armour as well. Either way, it was a pretty significant buff. And this thing, yeah, now feels a bit naff by comparison, because it was always that... Thank you. It was always that the 112 had a fuel tank under that lower front plate that set on fire, and the WZ, instead of having a fuel tank, has an ammo rack under there, which can be a bit dicey. And of course the lower plate is made of G's. 5 degrees of gun depression compared to the 112.6. Similar gun, but not as derpy as on the 112. Otherwise it's the same gun. Yeah. No, don't stop there. That's a boring place to stop. Get stuck in, Mr. Panther 88. I know you're a snipey medium. And I will forgive you for being snipey, but, you know. In we go. No guts, no glory, and all of that jazz. Right. Now time to see if there are any defending enemies over here, and wait for the inevitable artillery bombardment. And there are some pretty big artillery with which to bombard me. So there's that. There's a 5916. Surely there must be someone over there. If not, there's artillery number 1, like clockwork. This isn't really the ideal tank to use in this position, but yeah. Oh, it was a lucky artillery shot, but there we go. Lucky or not, it's what happened. Okay, I'm bored of this now. I'm just going to get artillery to all hell if I stay here. Although, so we've already got an E75 to push things over in this position. Never mind. He got absolutely wrecked. We don't have an E75. I don't know what happened to him. Bad things, apparently. But this is not an engagement I can do anything useful in, so I'm going to go somewhere else. Sorry, Mr. Tiger. But I want to actually be useful and do some damage and try and help my team, and this position isn't going to do that for me. That artillery, Jesus, he is on fire. Speaking of artillery being on fire, I guess he's over there and he managed to put a shot straight down this ravine. Well played to him. Ah, insert artillery-based whinge here. Made even more frustrating by the fact that artillery could be so good for this game, but it's just not. It's just not. Anyway. Right. Boeing vessel isn't. Centurion 7-1 has a hot water faucet for tea making, so you may have a point with Makara play it again. Play something with a good power to weight ratio. I can place. You want me to play the Churchill gun carrier again? Fine, I will play it once more, and then I will play something with a good power to weight ratio. And since World War II, yes, there is a boiling vessel as part of British tank specifications. I think step 1 in the Ace Churchill gun carrier project should be killing Billy Warren. I agree. Maybe T-49. I don't own the T-49, I'm afraid. How long is this stream going to be? I don't know. Until I decide we need to go to bed to get up for work, basically. I do still have a touch of the sniffles, but it'll be time more than anything that's the deciding factor, because... So I'm a teacher, and that means alarms that go off before 5 o'clock in the morning. Go figure. How could artillery be good? So artillery... It comes back to what artillery is. The way that artillery was first put in the game in order to counter basically things, say for example the Mouse. This was back before there were tier 10 tank destroyers, before you could have premium ammunition for credits and all that jazz. So you had large caliber HE shells to deal with the Mouse and the E100 and the really big heavily armoured machines. Now that you've got tier 10 medium tanks, tier 10 tank destroyers, premium ammunition for credits, all that jazz, artillery does not need to do that. Now what does artillery do well? Artillery, in my opinion, or what could it do well? In my opinion, artillery is a proverbial grenade in a machine gun bunker. You know, you come across a hull down T-29. If left to his own devices, he will kill half your team. Hull down T-29 is an incredibly dangerous machine. So, in that scenario, you would want something to be the proverbial grenade in the machine gun bunker, if you will. What you have at the moment is artillery that is not accurate enough to reliably support their team. But to counterbalance that, when they do hit, they do a monstrous amount of damage. And that means that it is not fun for the artillery player, because you spend most of your game doing nothing, and you can't reliably help your team. And it is not fun for the artillery target, because when you do occasionally get hit, you lose all of your health. So in my opinion, artillery should be modelled more along the lines of... So I played the tier 9 French back chat earlier on. When that hits something, it rarely does more damage than a comparable heavy or medium tank of that tier would do. It's a relatively small caliber gun. It is relatively accurate for artillery. By artillery standards, it's fairly accurate and aims fairly quickly. Now, I don't actually think the Tier 9 French artillery itself is good per se, but I think that model would be better. One where you... I don't mind them having a long aiming time, because that makes it harder to hit a moving target, but if they had a reasonable aiming time but were fairly accurate when they were fully aimed, that would allow them to punish campers, which is what Wargaming claims they are to do. So that someone who is sitting still would be a very, very easy target, and someone who is moving would not. And make them do less damage for a direct hit, but maybe give them a slightly bigger splash radius. You know, something along those lines, so that they can reliably support their team, which is what they used to be able to do, but without doing the ludicrous amounts of damage that they used to be able to do. I remember playing the Su-26, that was a Tier 3 artillery piece. I was in a Tier 5 match. I got 5,000 damage. 3,000 damage, sorry. 3.5, something like that. I didn't do anything special. I just sat at the back of the map and pressed the left mouse button every, like, 10 seconds, because it's quite a fast reload. Set fire to several people, had a monstrous amount of damage, aced the tank. Yeah, it was ludicrous how easy it was to do such a lot of damage. It was not balanced, and it needed to change. And actually, firstly, when Wargaming changed it, I thought it could be quite a good change. With the benefit of hindsight, it was not. But at least it did remove the overpowered nature of artillery. Because especially at the higher tiers, artillery was just too good. You'd have matches that was so much artillery and the rest of the tanks on the team were relegated to little more than scouts. Was it realistic? No. Was it fun? No. Was it balanced? No. Was it sensible? No. Was it good for the game? Hell no. But the way they went about changing that, again, with the benefit of hindsight, was not optimal. So, yeah. That's the sort of thing I would like to see. Combine that with some changes to the maps so that artillery can actually be reliably useful on more maps. Maybe give them some interesting support style ammunition so that they're not just dealing damage. You know, they could do other effects. Exactly how you'd work out the experience for that, I don't know, but Wargaming seems... Armoured Warfare seem to manage something along those lines. In fact, generally speaking, I think the Armoured Warfare artillery is not too bad. I think it generally does well, at least the ones I've played. I've only played the relatively low tiers. I think it does a much better job of the whole artillery thing than World of Tanks does at the moment. So there we go, there's my 2 cents about artillery. I think artillery should be in the game. I think the game is better for artillery being in the game, however, in its current state, I think artillery is bad for the game. So I think artillery should be in it, a modified version of artillery should be in it. But if Wargaming are not interested in modifying artillery at all, and they would rather just keep them as they are, then I think the game would be better off if they were not in it at all. Does that make sense? I hope it does. I don't know how well I've explained myself. I hope well enough to be understood. Get rid of him. And I've just been steadily shooting people while I've been yakking on like it's going out of fashion. Hurrah! What we got left? T-3485, FV4202P, and a T-44. Well, if you guys can let me do a bit more damage, this tank is so poorly played, this might even be an ace tanker, which would make me so unbelievably happy, you have no idea. Because then I would never have to play this monstrosity again. You realise if this isn't ace tanker, you're going to watch me selling this thing. Just for the record. No, mine. You're not allowed. No. No. Mine. Come on, dude. No one's even shot me yet. I am leading the charge. I'm playing this garbage thing. And I'm actually trying to do some damage. Cut me some slack here. I don't care if he shoots me again. The turret is actually pretty good on that thing. No! God damn you, Tiger 2! Ah! If this is first class, I'm going to be so angry. Ah! Rage! Rage and damnation. Oh, that wouldn't have been an ace even with the extra kill on the FV. God damn it. Oh well, never mind. I don't get to sell it yet. Right, what have I missed? I've not tried it, but War Thunder's implementation is sensible. The problem is they've gone for an entirely different approach, where the artillery itself is not player controlled. So given that World of Tanks has already implemented player controlled artillery, I think that would be closer to, I think, a modification of that, something more akin to Armoured Warfare's implementation would probably be more more likely, basically. What do you think of the RT stun idea in the sandbox? Yeah, something like that. Something that's, it's a little bit of extra something, but I don't know. Stun the tank crew for a period of time instead of major damage to the tank. Leave it up to the other tanks on the team. Have like 30 seconds stun. If they don't, then you escape. Yeah, you know, something people have mentioned before, that it could be some sort of, effectively a debuff class. Or something like that. Implementing it would be difficult, but it could add something funky to the game. Something a bit different. You know, to use a like MMO equivalent, it'd be like the mage class, if you will. Something just a little bit different. An RT view where you can only see tanks pinged by your team, but can also see your tracer, would encourage RT to shoot campers rather than frontline. Yeah. All RTs would be like Lafayette, the French one, or whatever that, so everyone thinks that's OP. I'm not saying all artillery would go that way, which is why I didn't use the FV304 as the example. I used the French Batchat Tier 9 as the example. You'd have to balance it, obviously. But I don't know, something. It was a much cappier CGC game, probably because I wasn't thinking about that and I was talking about artillery. I don't know, does that make it happier? Or deny areas, perhaps cratering the ground, almost like World of Warships. Yeah, something that's kind of, I don't know, more than what it is at the moment. Yeah, I was apparently never going to be an ace. Never mind. My life was made the day I aced the AC1. I called it. I think Armoured Warfare is turning them into big derpy TDs. See you in a bit, Snow. I don't know. I haven't really been keeping track of what Armoured Warfare's doing with their game, to be honest. So I don't know. What else were people asking for? That was the CGC. Someone asked for something else after that. Have any of my pupils tried to kill me? If you mean the pupils I teach at school, I've no idea. I don't give out my online usernames or anything like that to pupils. I try and keep the two worlds separate as best as I can. So I played the CGC again. What was the next thing that people actually asked for? No idea. I should probably write it down or something. Someone remind me what other people had actually asked for. Oh, yeah. Something with a high power to weight ratio. Right. Something with a high power to weight ratio. Alright. I think this has a high power to weight ratio. My Mobility 18.23. Not bad, but not the highest. Oh, screw it. Let's just play. There we go. There's the Cromwell Berlin. What's the power to weight ratio on this thing? 23. That'll do. There we go. High power to weight ratio incoming. Ooh, top tier. Gosh. What the hell are we going to do with this? So for anyone who doesn't know, this is a tier 6 British premium medium tank that is not for regular sale in the gift shop, but Wargaming occasionally waves under people's noses when they want money out of them. When it first came out, there were lots of cries of how overpowered it was, despite the fact that it's almost identical in every respect to the regular Cromwell. So if this is overpowered, the regular Cromwell is overpowered, and the regular Cromwell is not overpowered, in my opinion anyway, so this is not overpowered. Anyway, I got hold of this while I could, when it first came out, and managed to ace it on the first day, but the ace requirements were rather lower. I've aced it several times since. It's a damn good machine. If you look at this and go, I really want one, but you don't want to pay money for it, or you think, but you know, it's not available for sale at the moment or anything like that, just get yourself up to tier 6 on the British medium tank line and buy the regular Cromwell. It's the same blasted tank. There are small differences, but they're negligible basically. This thing gets a bit more engine power, and I think it might turn slightly better. Oh, god damn it. But the regular Cromwell has a better handling gun. Still not a good handling gun, but a better handling gun. In fact, actually, the regular Cromwell turns better. I apologise. This thing accelerates better. The regular Cromwell turns better. So, you know. Can I actually get into this without being spotted now? Yep. Fourth, my artillery. Masticate them. Masticate them hard. For anyone pondering, I appreciate not everyone may have English as their first language. Masticate means chew. I have no idea why I'm using it in this context, but presumably if the artillery's chewing them up, that's probably bad for their health. So, you know, sure, why not? So, we've got this the new Swedish thingy with badass gun depression at tier 6 that looks really good, and I actually want it. I'll get to it at some point. 15 degrees, that's just mental. We're going to have to deal with him. And there's a Skoda in the background. Our team is 0-3 down already, for goodness sake. Come on, guys. How about try not dying? I know it's a revolutionary idea, but, you know, I'm good at revolutionary ideas. Is anyone here to help me? Artillery. No problems about it in the game at all. I will play that again. How bad is the AT-15A? It's alright. It was buffed a little while ago, actually. It's not great, but it's alright. Panzer IIIe. I can play the Panzer III if you want. Am I late? Lol, is it worth getting these damn decorations? Been stuck on level 8 for 15 years. Well, a while. Meh. The final reward is just some consumables, as far as I'm aware. It's not that great. I'm stuck on level 9. Not sure about paying for them, but upgrade system makes them grindable. Yeah, you can grind them. It's just you're left to luck quite a lot. Comes with a Brothers in Arms crew when they sell it, though. Yeah, well, you get the nah. Getting that one last level 5 deco is proving a bugger for me though, same. Yeah, I keep getting ones I don't need to. Well, you can change level 5 decos through the upgrade systems. Yeah, the problem is I did that, 5 went to 1 and it went to another thing I already had. Steve74 has great gun handling, but low DPM, so you can circle it on. Yeah, the problem was he had friends, unfortunately. Yeah. Go figure. Earlier in my RT, Swedish ladies, that is a good reward in anyone's book. Level 10 decoration gets access to an extra mission for the Swedish girl Gunner. Isn't there already... Hang on. What Swedish girlies have I already got? And if I haven't got the Gunner, then these missions annoy me and they're going to make me angry. Barracks. Right. I have got a driver, a loader, a radio operator. Sorry. A radio operator. Oh, you're right, I haven't got the Gunner. That's why I was grinding the mission out, because I want the girly Gunner. Because otherwise, you don't have a functioning female crew for your Swedish tanks. Sisterhood of Steel doesn't click in. It's just... It's frustrating, because it's yet another ploy where Wargaming have decided they're just going to try and get money out of you. Originally, I really liked these missions. I thought it was quite cool that you were decorating stuff and you could get some, not huge rewards, but some little rewards for your decorations. But now that it's become clear that getting the final crew member, who is a gunner, so who is kind of important, is something that Wargaming expects you to put money in to do, or play the game an obscene amount, I'm kind of irritated by it. It's just like, it's Christmas. They could have made it just such... Yeah. It's just... I don't know. It's such a blatant money grab. They could have... It was something really good, and then they've turned it into just a callous money grab. And with that one little step. And it's like the black tanks, if anyone's aware of those, like the T-34 black and all that jazz. What we're going to do is we're going to sell exactly the same tank, but it's painted black. What? And on some servers it's more expensive than the original, on some it's cheaper. It's just... Sometimes Wargaming comes out with some really nice ideas, and sometimes what they come out with is such a callous, blatant money grab. It's just frustrating, annoying, depressing, etc. Go figure. Right, I'm fast. We're assaulting here. I'm going to get down again into the little divot-y area. It's not as good as it used to be down here. They reduced this hill because every map in this game is going to eventually become flat and monotonous, and you're not going to be able to do anything on it. And then hopefully people will give me some fire support. Otherwise I'm screwed. There we go. Shoot them. Shoot them. Shoot them, my minions. That's it. More. 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 More pew pew. Oh, crud. Hopefully he doesn't rush me. Oh, no. His health's evaporating. That makes me happy. And I hope you like scouting too. Yeah, I'm scouting. And apparently I'm singing, and... No, don't ram me, you son of a gun. Screw you. Oh god, there's an SU-100 who wants me as well. Kill it. Kill it with fire. Ah! Oh, you needed to shoot faster, guys. Faster. I can't complain too much. I got 665 of my own damage, almost 2,000 spotting, all in under 2 minutes. Not too bad. I thought... Oh, I don't know. Why do we have a team killer? What the hell? Excuse me a moment. Is that the SU-100? I can't quite see. Yep. Right. Is this guy trying to shoot the enemy or trying to shoot his own team? I honestly have no idea. The fact that he's turned blue doesn't fill me full of Happy thoughts, but I could be wrong. Unfortunately, now that I've died, our entire team is just collapsing. I'm not going to watch this out. That's a bit depressing. You can at least retrain their tank for silver, nation and position cost though. Yeah, basically. For example. And actually I don't... No, I'm going to go to a tank that isn't, you know, currently. I can change his qualification, and that's fine. But it costs 500 gold to do so. So it's a way of wargaming plying me for more money. And don't get me wrong, I like this game. I've put a lot of time into this game, and I don't begrudge wargaming some money here or there. But for crying out loud, I just spent money on the Crapstrayer Waffenträger. You know, I don't need their annoying, callous methods to try and squeeze every last penny out of you. Anyway, what server do you play on? EU, I'm guessing. Yes, EU. Chaffee Racer for Scout. Okay. I do own the Chaffee, but I don't... how I play it would depend on the map. I certainly don't Suicide Scout. I'm happy to play the Chaffee if people want me to. Was there anything else that people wanted played? Cannot recall. Someone wanted something with a high power to weight ratio. I played the Cromwell or the Bromwell a couple of times. Alright, let's go for... Someone mentioned the Chaffee. I'll play the Chaffee. Oh, it was actually a win. Hurrah. Third class mastery just by holding down W and trying to stay alive as long as I could. Did we actually win by cap in the end? Yay. There we go. Second on my team, one of the first to die. Just how much you can get done in a relatively short period of time. Anyway, I said I was going to play the... Oh, someone mentioned the Panzer IIIe. That was it. I knew there was something. Right, let me... Hang on, first things first. Let me find the Bromwell and remove the binos from it. Actually, what's my marks of excellence at in the Bromwell? I haven't played that many games in it. 71, and I'm sitting at 58%. Not bad. Getting there. So... There we go. Panzer IIIe. Someone did mention it. So I'll jump into it, why not? This used to be the Panzer IIIA back in the day, but they've since changed it for some reason. KV2, I can play the KV2 yet again. And I can play the Chaffee. Okay. Chaffee and KV2. KV2 always gets a lot of requests. It's a great machine, don't get me wrong. Probably too good, but, you know. Yay, bottom tier, hurrah. So, gonna see if I can do some spotting. We'll see how well this works. Probably not very, given that this is an encounter match, but, you know, we can but hope. So, what is this thing? Well, it used to be better. It then got nerfed. It's bigger and fatter than it used to be. Back when it was the Panzer IIIA, and now, of course, it's the Panzer IIIe. It's a fast light tank. It's only tier 3, bear in mind. Where is it? Oh, it's an M2 light. Oh, T67 could see my tracks, apparently. That's suboptimal. That M2 light really messed up my game, and God, I hate the Panzer 1C so much. So glad I aced it a while back, and thus never have to play it again. I hate that jump. I'm so dead. Trapped again. There we go. Alas, getting YOLO rushed by tier 5s. What can you do? Still did more damage than I have health though, so let's look on the bright side. I like to think of that as doing my bit. KV2, once again. Nope, that's Chinese. Right, the dirt machine rideth forth. That's alright. I love the KV2, I don't mind playing it again. I've played it twice already this evening, but Chaffee can use V-stabs. I might have to have a look at that. Top tier. Ooh. Okay. This will be interesting. Okay, what can we one-shot on the enemy team? Most things. We're not going to one-shot the OI. More's the pity. And he could actually one-shot us. Because the OI is balanced. I was looking to see if I could get any cheeky, very early shots off. That would be a terrible one to try and take on. Most certainly wouldn't work. This, however, as long as that Largo doesn't get in the way. No, I don't think the VK is going to push up. It's a shame. Oh, all these hills get in the way. I'd forgotten about that. Come on, 74. Just push out a little bit more. No, don't move. Ah, it was worth a punt. God damn it, I got spotted. That makes me a sad panda. Stay there, SU-100. Stay exactly where you are. Oh, he's dead anyway. Go on. Go on, I dare ya. What's the worst that could happen? No. That's it. Oh, don't make me sad. Okay, there's an OI coming up behind us. That's not good. We need to actually do something about that fella. Only 142, but he missed me, so meh. And we tracked him into the bargain. That's the problem. He's got 150mm of frontal armour because the Japanese heavies are balanced. And we're going to struggle to get through to their base, which is potentially also a problem. But one thing at a time. 284, that's a little bit better. Oh god damn it, he's did nothing. Okay. There we go. Snipe his track to get the kill. Right, OI down. Oh, we really need to get through to their base. Or to the base. This is an encounter. Ow. Son of a gun. Mine's bigger. And HE shells can't pass through that destructible fencing thing. Alright, he's dead anyway. Right, someone needs to go down to that base and reset the hell out of it. Surprise! Right, that's the base dealt with. That just leaves Panzer 3-4 and Stug 3G. Oh, hello, little Panzer. Goodbye, little Panzer. I'm probably not going to get to do anything to the Stug. Nah, he gets rammed to death. Sweet, there we go. Ah, oh, KV2. I love you to bits. Yeah, the thing with the Chaffee is that, yeah, I wouldn't recommend carrying a huge amount of APCR ammo on it. Again, Type 64 doesn't need that much premium ammo, though it does have a very limited ammo supply, so going for a bit more premium isn't a terrible idea. Anyone going for 3 marks on something, most people tend to just disengage their brain, double tap 2 and spam premium ammo at it to try and get it. You don't need to, but obviously there's an offset there. You can get around that by being better, I guess. And better crews in light tanks do make a big difference. More decapitation than decapturing. I liked it. Pretty comprehensive decap. Yep. KV2 for when you absolutely positively have to decap the hell out of that thing. T-15 has a pretty epic view range for a tier 3. It might do. I haven't actually played the T-15. Train my German light tank up in the T-15. Super sneaky bugger of a light tank. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Second class mastery in the end. And defender. Hey, top of my team. Sweet. There we go. KV2. God, I love it. Oh, I love it anyway. I guess your mileage may vary. Was there anything else? Oh, Stalin didn't mess about, no. Hetzer, I got my first fading mess a couple of days ago. I don't have the Hetzer. Not a huge fan of it. One day I'll rebuy it for the purposes of, guess what? Getting an ace tanker in it. But, as you asked for a German TD... Oh, hang on. Right. Before I play the Hetzer, someone was asking about the AT-15A. I'll play a game in it, and we'll see how it goes. So, AT-15A. Just in case they're needed. Then I'll play a German TD, seeing as someone was asking about the Hetzer, or mentioned the Hetzer or something. Oh, we're on the wrong side. I prefer the other spawn if I'm assaulting, especially in something slow and heavily armoured. Oh well. Only downside about the KV2 is the amount of XP needed to elite it. Meh. It's the sort of tank that I didn't specifically try to elite. I just played it because it was fun here and there, and eventually I'd done it. I'd unlocked the whatever artillery it is, and it was done. The only thing that would make me quit WoT would be if Wargaming were in the KV2. The problem is the KV2 is... The KV2 is arguably overpowered. The only thing it has going for it is that gun, but that gun is insanely good. It's not for everyone, but if you're happy using that gun, you get spectacular results without having to put in a huge amount of effort. It's a pretty easy tank to play. And the current generation of maps that really encourage that just go around a corner, blat someone in the face, roll back, rinse and repeat, win the game sort of gameplay, have really favoured the KV2. So since I made my review, when I made my review of it, I said it was pretty well balanced. Since I made that, I would probably change my opinion and say it's a bit too good. If it's a bit too good, I haven't played the Japanese OI, but if I think the KV2 is probably a little bit too good, I reckon the OI is insanely overpowered. So on the one hand, I know what you mean. It would be sad if Wargaming changed the KV2. On the other hand, if I were going to look at it objectively, I think they should. I think the KV2 is just too good at the moment. Just my 2 cents, of course. Right, so this is the AT-15A, British Premium Tier 7 TD. The buffs it received were that it got an extra 200 hit points, so it used to have 850, it now has 1050, and they gave it limited matchmaking. It used to see Tier 9 matches, it now no longer does. This is going back a bit, by the way. This is going back, like, maybe 18 months, 2 years now when they made those changes. I'm not going to say that this is a good machine per se, but it's an interesting machine. Damn gun traverse. Keep your armour angled, don't show them your weak spot, which is the big thing on top of your tank. And you should be pretty much golden unless you get nuked by artillery, which is of course always an option. Cromwell, if you'd kindly get yourselves out of the way, we can do something about killing this tiger. There we go, tiger down. Right, the other flank is completely screwed up because everyone's sitting on the hill camping. God, it's an OI. OI, one of those few tanks I have absolutely no problem spamming premium ammunition at, even if that did bounce, because screw you. There we go, got killed by artillery. I got hit by both of their artillery at once. That's another thing that's been happening to me regularly lately, in case you hadn't noticed. Dying to artillery a lot. They just go through phases where, I don't know, I'll go through a couple of months where I don't die to artillery very much at all, and then there'll be 2 weeks where I just get killed by them repeatedly. So that is the AT-15. When top tier, and when you can keep your opponents at mid-range, it's a good tank. When you can hide your weak spot. Your weak spot is up here. Okay? This kind of little mini turret thing. It's tissue. Also, the entire top of the tank. The strip below that turret thing is also all weak and can be overmatched by 122mm guns, which is frustrating. So when you can keep people at mid-range so that your gun can work and they can't reliably pick out your weak spots, and when you do not get nuked by artillery, then it's a reasonable tank. The problem is most of the time people get too close, shoot you in the weak spot, or outflank you, or you get nuked by artillery, as you saw there. So it's I'm not. It's not a machine I would ever really recommend to anyone. But the KV2 is not, in my opinion. I went through this. Sorry, I'm just going through the chat as people have said. I used to think the KV2 was balanced. Given the change to the maps and the current state of the game, I do not currently think it is balanced. The gun is too good, in my opinion. It is too easy to do too well in the KV2, in my opinion. KV2 always works better in a platoon, I found. I sold mine, miss it though, so might buy it back now. Most tanks work better in a platoon. Could be worse. Tier 1 stuff is the nightmare of Ace now because the bot games. Also, if you're an experienced player, the queue times are colossal. So that's why I gave up trying to ace them. I just can't be bothered to sit in the queues. And yes, they're changing the OI and the OI experimental next patch. Why they ever even thought they were a good idea when they were introduced, I do not know. I know what you mean, Calgrav. The thing is that at tier 6, most players just let you blat them in the corner and roll back around the corner. It's like the KV1. The KV1 as a tank in and of itself is not inherently overpowered, but at tier 5 it's OP as balls because no one knows how to kill it because you're shooting a bunch of people who've been playing the game for half an hour. Now the KV2, I think the KV2 is slightly different. I think the KV2 is objectively overpowered. With the KV2 it's one of those where you're trying to balance some extreme things. It has two qualities that are going for it. well, it has, the only good thing it has is the gun, and if you look at the gun, the only good thing about the gun is HE ammo, well, okay, is alpha damage, basically. And how you, whichever ammo type you use. But that alpha damage is obscene, and the ease with which you can do that damage is also obscene. So I do genuinely think, personally, and again, I'm not trying to say you're wrong, you're entitled to your own opinion, of course, but I do genuinely think the KV2 is overpowered. And on the one hand, I'd be quite sad if Wargaming ever changed it. I don't think they are ever going to change it. They've had so long to do it and they haven't done anything. So on the one hand, I think it would be sad if Wargaming did change the KV2. On the other hand, I think they probably should. Can you play the T-34-85? I'm getting finished with the T-34 and it's going to be my first tier 6. Unfortunately, I don't own it. I don't like the tank, so I didn't keep it, so I don't own it, I'm afraid. I don't own the Rudy either, or any of the... Oh, we won the game, good. Any of the premium equivalents. And I... The closest I could probably get is the T-43. But honestly, it's a tier higher, and it's not really that similar, because the alpha damage is very different tier for tier. The gun depression is different, the gun handling is a bit different, so it's not really the same. So I don't really want to play that and give you the impression that it would be too similar when it's not really. I mean, it's kind of an extension of the same idea, but it's not really that similar. Yeah, this is the AT-15, while footage of a smoking wreck is on the screen. Why buy this when you could have the SU-122-44? Okay, the AT-15 is, at least at first glance, better than the Kruppstreuer Waffenträger. There we go. The lower front plate is about its best armor too, which makes a good distraction for inexperienced enemies. True. Leffer isn't accurate enough to be truly OP, although the fact it's a premium does mean that it often has a good crew and is pimped out with coffee, etc. True. Do I have the Type 58? No. Again, I did have it and sold it. I don't have anything really even remotely similar to the T-34-85, I'm afraid. I didn't like it, so I haven't bought or kept anything that's like it. I have got a review of it on my channel. If you think that would help, you're welcome to go and have a butcher's, of course. Ditto for the Type... I think I've got a review of the Type 58 as well. So, yeah, by all means go and have a look. It hasn't really changed since I did it. For training a British TD crew? Yeah, I guess, but it's quite expensive to do that. Meh. Like I say, I wouldn't really recommend it. I don't know. It's better than it used to be, and I kinda like it, but I'd feel... While I might kind of like it sometimes, I wouldn't feel honest recommending it, put it that way. Just so your banner looks awesome. Yes, yeah. So, hello Mythical Snake. Yes, a couple of people have chipped in, as you well know. Got a banner and a little logo-y thing as well, so thank you very much. Yes, I know I have work tomorrow, and screw you for saying you don't. I will probably give this no more than about another half an hour, then I'll probably shut it down if I haven't already done so. No, wait, I'm thinking of something else. Okay. I like the I liked the AT2 with the derp gun as well. Personally, that was my gun of choice. So again, you could wiggle between shots. Let's play something else. What haven't I played so far this evening? Oh, something I didn't show last time. Let's play the M103. This is not fully upgraded, by the way. This is the stock engine and the intermediate gun. So it's the 120mm gun, but not the top one. So it's kind of derpy and not very accurate. And the penetration isn't quite as high. And the reload isn't quite as good. On the one hand, they're only tier 9 artillery. On the other hand, the M103 is a giant target. And for artillery, it is made of paper. Ah. I once penetrated the rear of the turret of this thing with an Su-152's 152mm howitzer firing HE. That's how weak the armour on this tank is. Frontal armour is okay, nothing more. Top armour, rear armour, side armour, trash. The thing with the M103 that I've realised very quickly is that I don't see any reason to play this thing when the Conqueror exists, other than the fact that you want the T110E5, and thus you'd have to play it, and that in general the American heavy line is better than the British heavy line. But at tier 9 the roles are very definitely reversed. This thing is... yeah. The Conqueror is better, in my humble opinion, than this. But we're playing this, so Yankee Doodle Dandy, off we go. Hey, someone's claimed their T55A. Hopefully I'll have one of those at some point. Getting close. Now, what do I not want to face frontally on the enemy team? Most of it. Okay. But there's not the space to pretend I'm a medium tank either, and if I sit there, I'm just going to get nuked by artillery. And their IS-7 have gotten themselves into a fairly aggressive location. Thank you, Mr. Centurion. Just what I wanted. We've got a friendly IS-4 who's coming up. Hoping I can get this IS-7 shot up. There we go, there's one in. The IS-7 and the IS-4 are currently trading shots, which works fine for me because our IS-4 has more health. So hopefully that's going to work out in our favour. No guarantee, of course, though. Ooh, okay, he's fired, he's fired, he's fired, he's fired, he's fired. But IS-7 is having a bad day. Good. Unfortunately, he's hull down behind that rock, which makes him quite difficult to damage. So there's that. Come on, Mr. IS-7, grow a pair. You've only lost 1,600 health. It's the worst that could happen. Actually, our team appear to be slowly pushing through here, so he might have some friends up the wazoo soon, which would be nice. Might come back to that rectal surgery that you guys were mentioning. Once he's fired, I want to take advantage if I can. Nope, he doesn't seem to want it. See if I can force. No, not really. Something. Nah, I couldn't even shoot his tracks, unfortunately. There we go, another 120mm shell through his lower front plate. Slowly and steadily chipping this poor sucker down. And now he's decided he doesn't want to be here anymore, unfortunately for him. As amusing as that option might be. Really? God. The snapshots are real, Jesus. And I appreciate here I'm in prime artillery nuking position. Thank you, object. No, T62A, sorry. Right. E50 is down, let's just push this. This is going to be a rather mediocre game for my M103. But, whatever, win's a win. Held a higher tier tank in place for a while. Can't really object too much. and haven't been penetrated frontally yet. Not least of which is because I haven't been shot at frontally yet, but you know, don't take away my dreams. Right, let's get our way through here, take on the Jagdtiger, don't mind the Griller and the artillery. I was tempted to switch to high explosive for the Griller, but on balance I'm not gonna. There we go, nice big shot into him. And he's dead. And the artillery's taking a smattering. And that just leaves the 212A. And our GW100 is going to attempt to take him out. And there we go. He succeeds. Apparently someone had an automatic fire extinguisher in artillery. Wow. Fair enough. Go figure. Right, not a particularly exciting game, but like I said, win's a win. I will take the victory. Thank you. So there we go. That's the M103. Not fully upgraded, but it is what it is. Super heavy spore line on the 82. Read it and weep, Mr. Mouse. 100% Mikoku 2. Holding up a nice 7 with a non-elite M103 is no mean achievement though. Pretty good even in a top 103. I like the look of the M103. Unfortunately, the aesthetics of the M103 is about all it's got going for it. Right, this is where I'm going to play it and it's all going to go horribly wrong. I'll play the Conqueror for the sake of comparison. Bearing in mind, this one is fully upgraded. But the fully upgraded gun on the Conqueror is better than the fully upgraded gun on the M103. The turret armour is better. The lower front plate is worse. But then the whole armour on the M103 is unreliable. And the artillery are out at the moment. I don't understand. I want to go and fight up on the hill, but then I am going to be nuked. Oh, screw it. I'm going to do the hill anyway. I don't want to let the artillery force me into an irrelevant position where I do nothing, because then I might as well have been nuked. Conqueror is a tank when I first played it I did not like. It's taken me a while to gain any appreciation for it. It didn't help that when I first unlocked this gun, the M1A1, 120mm gun, I'd been told it's basically a railgun, and the first few games I had with it were trash. Couldn't hit anything. When occasionally it did hit, it bounced. It was just garbage and a painful experience. I think that was partly, at the time, me getting unlucky, but also partly me expecting a little bit too much from it. You know, people have an irritating habit of overhyping things. The gun is good, but don't expect miracles from it. But again, the gun is good. So, what have we got up on the hill? There's the first artillery shell. There's the second. Yeah, they're all looking up on the hill. And they're in a platoon. Oh, frabjous day. It gets better and better. Well, that 5120 is going to be made to regret things. Regretting all of the things right about now. There's an M4 Liberté. God, these things have better armour than I give them credit for. Now I'm just going to shoot the Jagdpanther. Easy damage. And he is done. Artillery shell number 1. I believe I predicted this, by the way. Like bloody clockwork. Oh, that one missed. That's a shame. Shoot the 75 instead. I've got his nice big flat side armour to pew pew at. And if he's just going to sit there, then we'll keep this up. But if you have the opportunity to unload on people like this, the gun on this tank is just beautiful. Oh, that's a shame. My reaction time sucks. Didn't realise the guy was already dead. No. Super Pershing is down. I repeat, the Super Pershing is down. Scoreline is 6-0. Cool. It's nice to be on the other end of one of these for once. I mean, it has happened before, but in the last couple of weeks, not very often. I've usually been on the wrong end of this jump. Bounced on the UDESO-3. And I don't really have the gun depression to hit there anymore. Oh, that's one other thing the M103 does have over the Conqueror. It has an extra degree of gun depression, to be fair to it. Conqueror has 7 degrees, M103 has 8. But honestly, the Conqueror's superior turret armor means I think it is better at using that gun depression than the M103 is. Ah, we've lost one of our artillery. There's a WZ marauding through our arty. Nose.
Enemy armor is hit.
Oh, really? Leave the M40 on 1 hit point? Seriously? Never mind. There we go. High damage roll on the UDIS, I guess, to make up for it a little bit. And that just leaves the artillery and the WZ. So I'm going to head back and attempt to do something about that nasty Chinese heavy tank who's been killing our artillery. He's down there. Let the T-49 have his fun. Hey, oh, WZ is dead. Our last artillery piece defended himself. Well, credit where credit is due. T-49, why? Look, seriously, the guy... someone did it. He had just fired because he hit the tank next to me. You would have seen the tracer. Why did you not just go down and blat him in the face? He was reloading. Anyway, there we go. That was the Conqueror. Now bear in mind, as I say, not a direct comparison. One was fully upgraded, one was not. And no one really shot at me apart from one artillery piece. So, not a fair comparison, but... but, you know, there we go. The Conqueror is the Tier 9 British heavy tank, so that's on the Churchill line, not the Comet line. The Tier 9 on the Comet line is the Centurion Mark 7, which unfortunately is quite a sad machine that's been power crept badly. Wargaming Conqueror Happy Days, yeah. Wargaming's running a Splat Chipmunk mission, reward is extra combat rations. Hurrah! Missions are improving then, damn you! Choc chip cookies for Commander. M103 only has 8 degrees. Wow, I assumed it was... No. The American heavy tanks have a reputation for having really heavily armoured turrets and good gun depression, but that's a bit of an odd reputation because that's only actually true of 2 of the tanks in that line, the T-29 and the T-32. The others are not like that. So the M103 has a pretty trashy turret and only 8 degrees of gun depression, I'm afraid. I can tell Chipmunk is devastated at the prospect of Allied arties getting wrecked. Oh no. Someone, please stop them. Conqueror is on the Churchill. Yep. They have a Conqueror in Duxford Imperial War Museum. It is a bit of a big beastie, you're right. Tell me all my next tanks are crap. Off now anyways. Happy New Year. Well, Happy New Year, Gordon, and just for the record, the British medium line is overall my favourite tank line in the game. So you do have good things to look forward to. It's just the I'll get the right words. The Centurion Mark 7, blah 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 blah, is a little bit sad. Anyway, have a good New Year, take care, and enjoy yourself, Gordon. I'll catch you later. Right, a couple more, then I'll have to call it a night. So, any last requests, by all means, throw them into the mix. If not, I'm just going to play a couple of tanks that I haven't yet played this evening, and that people might want to watch, I guess, or might want to see. Let's jump, oh, I just mentioned the Centurion Mark 7, so let's give it a go. M48, sure. Okay, the same ones. Just go. Right, okay, so GGC, is that supposed to be the Churchill gun carrier by any chance? I am not playing that for a third time this evening. You were the one who made me play it like once or twice last time. I've already played it twice. No, I refuse. M48, please. I will happily play the M48. That's fine. I'm not playing the damn Churchill gun carrier again, at least not this evening. Not going to finish on that level of pain and torment. Oh dear, sadist. Although this is the guy who did design the little chipmunky logo-y thing, which I thought was awesome. So big shout out to you, Mythical Snake. Massive props to you. That was awesome, thank you. I'm still not going to play the Churchill gun carrier again tonight though. Well, that T-49 got shot up. Right, this might be a terrible idea, but I'm going to do it anyway. Is there artillery on the enemy team? Yeah, there's always artillery on the enemy team. Of course there is. Why wouldn't there be? I don't have the gun depression for this particular bit. Cool. And Lorenzo is the chap who made the banner, just for the sake of completeness. And I take a shot there from the E50 in the side of the turret. Fantastic. The thing with those scans is that it's actually quite difficult to get a good measure of the turret armor of a beastie. Lots of people go for scans. It's not always exactly optimal. I know Wargaming put a lot of effort, for example, into trying to scan the Chieftain, and they had a number of problems associated with it, so I know there can be difficulties. Wow, this gun is actually working this game. Holy mother of God. That never happens. No. There's my terrible reaction time. So that shot went straight through the front of my turret, so did the other one. Like I said, Churchill, the Centurion Mark 7's a shadow of its former self. It's a really sad machine now. But it did just snapshot something into the E50's cupola there, which was nice. And it doesn't normally manage to do that, so the gun at least is behaving this game, even if the armour is not holding up. Oh, I got spotted. Who did I get spotted by? You alright? Oh, that blasted T-30. He can go to hell in a handbag. Put one into the E50 as he tries to run away. He does successfully run away, but with less health than he had, which is always nice. Already fired, so I'll put a shot into that T-30. T-54 is having a really bad day there. And this reload is so slow, I'm not confident I can put another one into that T-30, but I'm pretty sure I can't. Yeah, don't want to get shot by him again. That would be bad. M12's trying to attack the T-30. Sweet. Yay! 507 assistance damage on the fella. Excellent. One good thing about the Centurion Mark 7 is it does look good. I'll grant it that. I think the T-30 just fired, but this T-49 is in the way, so I don't think I'm going to be able to shoot the guy. Nah. Sad face. Right, Panther, Streve the thingy, Swedish TD. I'm good with names, I am. Just lost our spice points. T-30 has gone to a better place. God damn it. Oh, he's dead. Darn it. Oh, this is going to be a slightly meh end to the game. Never mind. Slightly awkward situation. Oh, never mind. AMX 1390 can still nail me from a distance. And artillery can still wreck me, so it's not over till the fat lady sings and all that. Ah, something else killed him. That's all good. So there we go, there's the Centurion Mark 7. Not a bad game. In fact, it's one of the better games I've had in it recently, by virtue of it being a win. Oh dear. They scanned the Conqueror. BDR? I don't own the BDR, I'm afraid. I don't really own anything that's even vaguely like it, so I'm not sure I can really do that for you. Sorry about that. Still playing, yes, but not for that much longer. They scanned the Conqueror, it has 10 inches. Yeah, pastry pinups have good thickness. Don't own the KV-13. T-43 is the closest I could get. I don't mind playing that again tonight. I can do that again. When the stream finishes, I'll play the CGC a few times to grind the last gun. Is it enough when your profile creator and banner creator asked to play the Churchill gun carrier? Oh dear. I have absolutely no idea. Right. Weetabix, you would have thought using Weetabix sponsorship. Okay, alright, here's the deal. I will play the T-43 because I don't have the KV-13. I'll play the Churchill gun carrier again because yes, both of the people who design shiny things for me have asked for it, so screw it. I'll play it a third time and I will play one other thing. First person who gets a request in, it's what I will play or something close to it. If I can do something close to it. So, T-43 because someone asked for the KV-13. And after those three, I'll have to call it a night because it's getting late and I unfortunately need to go to bed and then get up in the morning and go to work, which is a shame because I've had 2 weeks off. I can play the LOL tractor. I will attempt to play it. Just be aware that the queue times might be significant. But I will give it a go. Right. T-43 because I don't have the KV-13 anymore. If you want to see KV-13, I do have some Ace Tanker gameplay and a review on my channel. Things shouldn't have changed that much since I did it, to be honest. I don't think the KV-13 has changed at all. I prefer it to the T-43, if I'm honest. So, yeah. I've only still got the T-43 for the purposes of getting the Ace Tanker, which still eludes me, annoyingly. So, let's go for it. Oh, Christ. Oh, God, they're all... No, this is bad. Okay, I'm not trying to get in your way, Mr. SU. But we need to work together here in order to take these buggers... Oh, that was a bounce. That's suboptimal. Oh, this is actually really... Oh, no, this is completely screwed. And the gun's not hitting anything. This is what this gun often does, I'm afraid. It's one of the reasons I don't like this tank. The gun is horrible on this machine. There we go. Sorry about that. They took... Yeah, it's weird. Usually when you go into the middle, you have an advantage from the defending side. You got a bit more cover. Those guys made it further than they usually make it, and for longer than they usually do. It's kind of sad. And they focused me down, so unfortunately I died. So sorry about that. That's just one of those games that went horribly, horribly wrong. Churchill gun carrier. I will then play the like tractor, sure. So, Churchill gun carrier. Again. And there we go. See what we get for this. Tier 6 match on Sand River. Okay, I can work with that. Sand River's one of the better maps for this tank, because, well, gun depression. And only one artillery on the enemy team. Ho-hum. And a very sad KV2 using the wrong gun. Never mind. Hopefully he's doing that because he's grinding. If he's doing that because he actually thinks that gun's better, God help us all.
Let's get this show on the road.
Right. Churchill gun carrier away. Fuck these scabby dogs. And let's see what we can do. Oh, so slow. Come on, you can do it. I believe in you. I do indeed believe in the heart of the... No, I don't. I do not believe in the heart of the cards. I said that earlier on as well. What am I even doing? Hey, look at the bright side. It's not tier 7 and it's not the Krippstroyer Waffenträger, I guess. Has higher alpha damage than the Waffle Tractor. So make of that what you will. And better gun depression. And better armor. I'm actually making it sound better. By selectively not including the bits that are terrible, I guess. Whoa, nope. Nope, do not want. Artillery's tried to kill us. Moving, and we took damage there. Nope. Don't have Sixth Sense, of course, on this crew. This is a pretty terrible crew. Can't do anything even vaguely aggressive with this machine. Not gonna work. Oh. Gorilla blind shot. Guess that was my fault for sitting there. Fine. Gorilla blind shot for the win. I take the hint. I say there's only one artillery, but since the game started he's done nothing but shoot at me. So let's go somewhere else. I don't know. I've no idea where, but somewhere else. I played the T25 AT a lot recently, and in many ways this thing reminds me of it, but the T25 AT is way better. Right, okay. So I'm going to do some sort of offensive and then I can back them up. That'd be good. You can shoot the bad guys if you light them up for me. Okay, if they're in my render range, that is. Oh! BDR. BDR, 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 Let's go for the blind shot. Oh god, there's a VK and other people who are getting a little bit fruity over there. Probably need to do something about them, because I don't have shots on anyone over there anyway. He says as a VK pops up. And for once I don't have the gun elevation. Usually gun elevation is not the problem with this thing. Missed. Missed. Probably. I don't know. Damage! Yay! And a high damage roll to boot. Success! I did a thing! He's run away now. Can't really say I blame him. Right, that flank is whole kinds of messed up. Let's go back here, even though the enemy Guerrilla's probably going to kill me. It's not as if I can run away from these guys, I'm too slow. So let's at least try and shoot some of them. And see how well that plan pans out. Oh, it's maybe all the way around. Well, that sucks. Sneaky little bugger. Clever girl. Ah, damn it. Couldn't save you, matey boy, old chum. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I couldn't save him. I'm so going to get artilleried. Panzer's just spotting me. There isn't really anything I can do about it, unfortunately. Oh god, there's a Skoda. Okay. This just took on a new dimension of... oh dear. Missed. I'm dead.
Ready to fire.
Oh, then again. No, I'm dead. He's got an autoloader. There we go. There's the Churchill gun carrier on what is actually quite a good map for it, give or take. No, the Churchill gun carrier will not follow me on all of my streams because I am going to sell it when I have aced it. Yeah, the downside is no one has gone to the mid-ridge. This is true. This is very, very true. Right, what was up next? Oh, the Like Tractor, yeah. It does appear to be faster uphill than the Kruppsteuer Waffenträger, which is a little bit disconcerting. And no, I'm not surprised the Guerrilla wants me, it's just slightly irritating. I know. They are haunted by dead dogs, yeah. Well, let's just say the old spirit was useful in the crocodile variant. No, why? Because it's Churchill gun carrier. What are you gonna do? It's it is what it is. Let's leave it at that. Let me just convert these, and then see if I can actually get into a match in the Like Tractor. Whoops, no. Where have all my binos gone? Oh, Churchill gun carrier, Sentinel, Waffenträger, Panzer 3E. Let's just get them all back. All the German tanks have taken them. Great. That'll do. Okay, Like Tractor. Tier 1 German light tank. My favourite Tier 1 tank. Haven't played it in a while, bear in mind. And we'll see what the queue times do with me. I don't have the BDR G1B, I'm afraid. Oh, wow. I actually get put into a match. And it's mitten crap. Yay! God, I hate this map. This is another reason why I don't like playing Tier 1 as much anymore. Because I despise this map. It says there's only 2 maps on tonight. Well, if you're in Tier 1 machines, there are only 2 maps available. Tier 2 machines should have a couple more, though. The day of the like tractor is very much over because you get Mittengard all the time, which is just to hold down W and then hold down your left mouse button for your autocannon type map. And I didn't get rammed to death by anyone. Fantastic. That's a good start. And that guy's dead already, and I got some spots. God, this is just a cluster, isn't it? Really is. I do wonder if Wargaming intentionally reduced the number of maps available to Tier 1 to reduce the amount of seal clubbing. If they did, I say hats off to them, it's quite a good idea. It's just frustrating for people like me who, I'm not trying to seal club, but I do occasionally like playing, you know, lower tiers, and I just hate this map, so there's no chance of it. There we go, have some damage, mate, you well chum. 1-4, good start. These games are just so fast and hectic and then the Light 6C is apparently not very happy, although he doesn't seem to be happy. Bloody hell, what was that? Oh, I just got wrecked by artillery. It's a Tier 1 and I still get wrecked by friggin' artillery. Oh, for goodness sake. It wasn't even an AP round from the guy. It wasn't HE. It was armor bloody piercing. Oh, there we go. Lost all my health to artillery again, and then someone finished me off. Can't get away from it. On a map that is entirely composed of town, basically. Still get artillery. Never mind. The T1 doesn't get the autocannon anymore, that's true, but that's because the T1 was horrendously overpowered with that autocannon. So I'm fine with it not getting it anymore. Instant scout medal with binos, true. I'm going to have to get to 1500 XP games in the CGC every day to keep the A standard high. God damn it, no! No, you're not. I want a low A standard so I can actually get it. That would be nice. Well, that was a nice fast game, which kind of, I guess, oh my god, I put in 2 damaging shots and came halfway up the team. And that is an excellent example of why I don't tend to play lower tier matches much anymore. The maps are garbage, the teams are garbage, just hold down W, hold down your left mouse button, and yeah, it was horrible, horrible experience. Anyway, there we go. That is me done for the evening. I'm going to have to go to bed and then subsequently get up in the morning and go to work. Boo! I've had 2 weeks off. The time has come to an end, unfortunately. Let me just demount some equipment. Get rid of this. There we go. So, thank you all. The T18 RT still makes great TD. A lot of T2, they do have a good firing arc, yes, I know. I like my little Doom buggy, the FTBS. But he has to ace it, damn it, he has. Anyway, thank you all for tuning in, guys. It's been a pleasure. I hope you enjoyed. I will try and do these a little bit more regularly, so maybe, I don't know, once a month or something. We'll see how things go. Time is always pushed, unfortunately, but I'll see what I can do. Okay, just to clarify one thing. Mac, I am not grinding 3 marks on anything, least of all the CGC. Ain't gonna happen. But I hope you all enjoyed, and I will catch you another time. I will try and get a video or 2 out, like, at some point as well, so that you have some other things to watch. So have a good rest of your evening, chaps. Good morning. If you are also at work tomorrow or at school or whatever, I hope it goes okay. And I will catch you all another time. My pleasure for the stream. Have a good one, and Happy New Year. and a very prosperous 2017 to you all. Take care.